Alright, good evening, and welcome. Okay. Not bad. So, as the title states, I am so very confused. I thought maybe by this point I would be starting to understand, but I don't know. I mean, it seems almost like most of the stories, or all of the stories, are supposed to be written by Featherine or Ange in the actual timeline. But I don't know, like, is Featherine a witch? Is magic real? I still don't know if magic's real. Oh my goodness. So, Featherine has the book of what actually happened, apparently. That's about where we left off. He was thinking of whether to open it or not. Right, so with the island, Battler sealed the book in crystal, and Ange still managed to take it away. And I guess she's bringing it to Bernkastel. The Book of the Single Truth was sealed in crystal by Battler. Until this seal is undone, I can't even stick the key in the keyhole. They were in a vast, dimly lit space. To sum it up in a phrase, it was like a trench in the ocean floor. No, that's not quite right. It was a library. However, the number of books and the height of the shelves vastly surpassed all of those that existed in the world of humans. If height is the measure of greatness, then the gods must surely be giants taller than mountains. This place appeared to be a library big enough and grand enough for such gods. Is this the Library of Ruina? Gasp! They're connected. Each individual book was no larger than those from the human world. However, the shelves holding them stood like the walls of a valley, or rather a deep-sea ocean trench. Though Ange and the others looked like little more than a few small butterflies who had wandered into this vast library. Like minuscule deep-sea fish swimming about all alone in an ocean pit. I could see Ange doing that. Just smash the frozen fish to thaw it. Good job, Ange. When Bernkastel whispered from the dark ocean pit deep below them, several emerald green glints appeared and gathered like a school of fish. Bernkastel threw the book of the single truth down to them, and only after several seconds passed, the school of fish seemed to gather around it and carry it away. Those few seconds made it clear just how deep this bookshelf trench went, and was once again dumbfounded by this unimaginably vast and godly library.
あとはあの子たちに任せておけばいいわ。本当に私に中を読ませてくれるんでしょうね。あなたが望むならそれは叶うわ。そして私だってあなたのその鍵がなければ読むことが叶わない。
And silently gripped the golden key in her pocket. This journey has been so long and so strange. In search of the truth from 12 years ago, I left my home, met President Okonogi, met Amakusa, and at some point, that adventure became wrapped in the illusion of the wit. However, here I am. Ushiromiya Eva's diary is here. The truth inside it is sitting right before me.
しばらく休みなさい。私もあんたの相手だけをしていられるほど暇じゃないの。別に疲れてなんかいないけどね。エリカ、エンジェにお茶でもご馳走しなさい。はい、我が主。
Erica popped into existence out of nowhere and bowed to her master.
ベルンカステル、もしあんたが私をうまいこと利用して本と鍵を奪おうと考えているなら、ただじゃ済まさないわよ。貴様、我が主に向かってなんて口を。ごめんなさいね。魔女とずいぶん長くやり合ってたせいで、普通の言葉は信用しないことにしてるの。
Erica should be able to sympathize with that.
いいわ。赤き真実で約束してあげる。一なる真実の書を封印が解けて一番最初に読むのはあなた、エンジェよ。これでいい？
For some time, Ange considered the witch's words, searching for some trap, or some sort of trap hidden within them. There's no guarantee greater than a witch's red truth. Ange understood this well enough. If she started to doubt even this red truth, there would be nothing left to trust in this entire world. If she began to suspect even this, then even the truth would be no longer the truth.
まだ不満なの？何も。
If she wanted to read the book of the single truth, she would need Bernkastel's assistance. Ange finally realized that she had nothing to gain by complaining more and annoying this witch further.
封印が解けたらすぐに呼んでちょうだい。もちろんよ。私だって早く読みたいもの。すぐに呼ぶわ。
Bern spun away from them, then vanished into the dark bookshelf trench. Ange saw a school of emerald green fish appear and follow behind Bernkastel. Could those be her familiars? As she stared at the emerald lights that resembled some sort of deep-sea fish, Ange was poked from behind. Hey there, Octavio. How you doing? Poke.
行きますよ。同志エンジェ。
Comrade Ange, That's right. I was commenting last week on. Apparently, we've turned Russian. Oh, yes, let us go, comrade. The closed room puzzles were last week. Oh no, wait, closed room puzzle? Wait, what do you mean? Wait, all I remember is all, like, fighting against all the goats. I mean, some of the goats had some answers to the stuff, if that's what you meant. Oh, you mean, yeah, Erica against... Yeah, it was Erica against Battler and Beatrice against Ange. Yeah, no chain, no roof. Yeah. Yeah, I remember those. Okay. Yeah, I know what you mean now. Never entered the room, starved to death. Yep, exactly. Yep. No, we are comrade now. Comrade N.
じゃあ私のことはエリカ様でお願いします。行きましょう、同志エリカ。
Comrade Erica. Yes. The pair began to swim in the direction Erica indicated. Swim seemed a better word for it than fly.
ここは何なの？図書館って呼ぶにはあまりに広大すぎるわ。どうせ覚えられませんから図書館とでも呼ばれたらどうです？
It's the Library of Ruina.
覚えるかどうかは私が決めるわ。言いなさいよ。尊厳なる感激と戯曲と傍観の魔女により厳選されし名誉ある図書の都です。
Noble city of carefully selected book. Uh-huh.
やっぱ図書館でいいわ。言うと思いました。
The city of books. Yeah, the name fits. The bookshelves on either side of this canyon are skyscrapers. I think of those emerald green lights flowing beneath us as headlights on a highway. Then this really does seem like a city of books.
ただの本じゃないんでしょ？これらは。ええ。これら一冊一冊が重厚な群衆劇をまとめたもの。
They've got an ensemble? The reverberation ensemble? It's all coming together now.
ここでは本に見えますが、本を開けばそこには本当に世界があるのです。私たちの長い物語もこの中の一冊でしかないのね。遥か上層の霞んで見えないくらいに上層の大魔女はもはや神や造物主と同じ存在です。そんな連中から見れば私たちの物語なんて果たして一冊にまとめる価値があるかどうか。
From a theatergoer's perspective, our individual lives are hardly worth anything at all. If they're recording an entire world in a single volume, then my life probably isn't even worth a single line.
でも私たちは主人公だわ。私もあんたも。そうです。神々の物語に記されることがなくとも
私たちが記す自らの物語の主人公は常に自分なんです。それを自覚できるかできないかが魔女と人間を分ける最初の分かれ道。
They were on a balcony, which was really a room-sized section that had been dug out of the bookshelf, with no guardrail along the cliff. It didn't go in very deep, so it looked like a room that had been cut in half. It was filled with the tools of everyday life, as though this was Erica's hidden house.
我が主よりお茶を振る舞いとの命令ですので、飲む気がなくてもロートを突っ込んで流し込みますから、そのつもりで。
Okay then.
それやったらお抹茶を振る舞うわよ。
抹茶？
なんでもないわ、こっちの話。
Ignoring Erica as she made tea, Ange looked down upon the bizarre, otherworldly scene below. Until Erica finished getting the tea ready, the scene held Ange's gaze like it was sucking out her soul.
こう言っちゃなんですけど、
何？
真実を得るために命を投げ出す契約なんてよくもしたもんですね。
生きて何かするあてもないなら、私にとって残りの人生を投げ出すことなんて対価としては安いものだわ。
我が主も物好きな方です。こんな無気力女の無価値な命と引き換えに契約なさるなんて。
Ange chuckled, not bothering to argue. That was exactly right. How incredible that Berncosta would lend her power to a worthless life that was trying to throw itself away.
まあ、我が主は奇跡を司る魔女ですから。だからあんたみたいな無価値な女の前にも姿を現すのでしょう。
そうね、ベルンカステルが現れなくても、私はあの日あの虚空へ一歩を踏み出していたのだから。
安い女。
じゃああんたにはそれだけの価値が？
私ですか
？The way Erica cackled was disturbing. Still, Ange realized that this was her way of answering the question. People don't become witches of their own choosing. If they're capable of living, all people want to live their lives as humans. When something comes along to trip up that life, that's when the road to living as a witch opens. Even Fruto Erica, who calls herself the Witch of Truth, must be like this. The two Witches of Truth, sitting here drinking tea without even looking at each other, are exactly the same. By the way, I happened to be listening to Patchwork Chimera the other day, and I decided to look in the comments. And somebody was just talking about, like, I think they were quoting something, yeah, they were quoting Beatrice, or one of the old Beatrices, about how she said she was furniture. And something clicked, and I hated it, and it was fitting that it was Patchwork Chimera. I hope I'm wrong, because if I'm right, that's very disturbing.
私は真実を暴くのが好きです。
知ってるわ。
隠し事は暴き、相手がどうしてバレたんだと青ざめるのを見るのが大好きなんです。
Tell you what I think? Well, Beatrice called herself furniture. The old Beatrice. Was it the second Beatrice? I think? Yeah, called herself furniture after she was abused by Kinzo. So, with Shannon and Cannon calling themselves furniture, if it's the same sort of situation, I hope I'm wrong, but I don't know, that's the parallel that popped into my mind. That would also explain why they're reluctant to get into an actual relationship.
Soの瞬間、私は真実に至ったのだと確信し、恍惚を覚えます。
趣味の悪いやつ。
じゃあ、あなたにとって真実は何だというんです？
Ange was about to give an immediate answer, but she bit back her words. Then she gulped, not knowing how to respond. After all, to Ange, the truth itself was the goal. At first, it was out of hatred. Could Ushiromiya Eva, the sole survivor of Rakanjima, be the culprit behind everything? She hated Eva, but she had no proof that her aunt was the culprit. And of course, Eva never talked about what happened on that island. So at first, the truth meant proof that Eva was the culprit in Ange's eyes. However, that feeling withered away with Ava's death. Now that Eva was dead, even if Ange did find some kind of proof, it wouldn't mean anything. So eventually, the truth Ange wanted to find became nothing more than the simple desire to know what happened on that island that day. However, one thing was obvious. Even if she did find out the truth, that wouldn't bring any of her family back to her.
意味なんてないのかもね。
Badge.
意味もなく大好きなお兄ちゃんが隠す真実を暴く？あんたこそ意味がわかりません。
Erica laughed mockingly. Ange laughed too, as though she agreed.
だからね、私にとっての真実は目的に変わったの。生きるための理由とでも言えばいいのかしら。
じゃあ真実にたどり着いたらもう生きる意味も目的もなくなっちゃいますね。
そうよ。だから死ぬの。もういいじゃない。12年も余計に生きたのよ。そんな私に最後の瞬間くらい願いを叶えてくれる魔女が現れてもいいとは思わない？
ぶっちゃけると生きるのにもう疲れたの一言でようやくできちゃいますね。
そうよ。だから私の存在も生きる目的も何もかもが無意味。 未知なる真実の書にたどり着くという目的は、そんな私に人生最後のちょっとしたきらめきを与えてくれたわ。その一点でだけベルンカステルには感謝してるわ。
なるほど。バトラはあんたに生きてほしいからあんたの死ぬためのゴールを隠してるわけですね。バトラさんに初めて登場します。妹は選べないですからね。
Oof. Dang. Sorry, Oni-chan. I'm tired of life. For 12 whole years, I've been living off nothing but the illusion that someone might come home someday. Just let me find peace already. Finding the truth of that day is how I've chosen to mark the end of my life. For 12 years I've believed in a miracle, but there was no miracle. I won't believe in miracles anymore.
一なる真実の書。内心は私も興味津々でしたが、そんなあんたの人生のピリオド扱いじゃ大した真実は記されてなさそうですね。
そうね。最初は経典同地の何かが記されているかもと期待したわ。でも今は何というか冷めてる。
無価値なあんたが求める真実なんてどうせ無価値です。それがあんたという無価値な人生のピリオドにふさわしいでしょう。
Oof.
ええ、きっとそうなのよ。
And was already starting to realize something. Regardless of Ava's reason for staying silent, the real events of that day probably weren't anything earth-shattering. Yeah, Erica's not holding back. I don't know, I mean, it could be that Erica is just making fun of her. But I mean, it could almost be seen as trying to rile Ange up and make her rethink what she's doing. Maybe I've just got some rose-tinted glasses on. Either Kinzo Goon. Goon Shirobia. Yeah, she never holds back. True. Some sort of malfunction made the bomb in that secret underground base explode. Yeah, it was just an accident. But the public already believed that some sort of conspiracy surrounded the events of that day, so that's what they expected. Ava was a suspect herself, so of course no one would believe her claim that nothing strange happened. Naturally, Ange didn't believe her either. In that case, shutting up like a clam would be better than the alternative. It was hardly surprising that Ava chose to say nothing.
今は達成感なんて全くない。よくわからない気だるい疲労感があるだけよ。
Oof.
真実の魔女は真実に耐える力があるからこそ真実の魔女なのです。同志エンジェ、あんたにはどうやらその力がないようですね。あったなら死のうなどと思わないのですから。
そうね。私は 誰かが帰ってくるかもしれないという幻想に12年もすがった。私がベアトリーチェの猫箱に都合よく真実を隠して12年も真実を拒否していただけに過ぎない。
一なる真実の書を読んだらあんたはどうなるんでしょうね。
さあ、契約に従いベルンカステルがちょんと私の首でも鎌で買ってくれるんじゃない？
The Executioner.
あるいはまたひき肉かしら。今度こそ塩と胡椒を練り込まれるわね。
Darn it, Ansburger.
なるほど。だからひき肉なわけですね。
何か言った？
いいえ、何も。それよりおかわりはいかがです？
ノーサンキュー。
Ange listlessly gazed down from the balcony with no handrail, down into the darkness of the abyss at the bottom of the bookshelf ravine. No, the gap between the bookshelf skyscrapers. From the beginning until the end of my journey, I haven't taken a single step away from this spot. This journey of mine, not even a single step long, will end soon. Hmm.
あの底を流れてる光の行列は何？
ああ、大アウローラ教のパーティーの客人たちの行列でしょう。
客人？
元老院の大魔女たちや退屈から逃れる永遠の旅の途中の航海者たちや数百年の眠りより目覚めた偉大なる大魔女たちから未来世界を牛耳る魔女や魔女狩りの貴族たちまで、今夜は大きなパーティーが催されるようですよ。
お誕生パーティーでもするの？
無限の魔女大ベアトリーチェ教は辺境の魔女なれど、その優れた魔法体系により無限の物語を生み出す無限機関ベアトリーチェの猫箱を生み出した天才魔女だそうです。私からすれば爪の甘い間抜け魔女なのですが、どうやら大魔女の世界ではちょいと知られた有名人のようで。
ベアトリーチェの誕生会でもやるわけ？
我が主はベアトリーチェの腹渡でもつ鍋パーティーと言っています。だってそうじゃないですか。一なる真実が存在しないから猫箱は無限の物語を生み続けたのです。しかし今宵あんたの鍵によって一なる真実が明かされます。そしてそれは猫箱が開かれることを意味する。まさにベアトリーチェを生きたまま腹を引き裂いてその中身をぶちまけるのと同じことってわけです。
Lovely.
そのもつ鍋パーティーにあの高速道路の渋滞みたいな大行列はベアトリーチェの有名さを驚くべきか、あの連中のゲッサにヘドが出るのが先か分かりかねんな。
あんたにとって一なる真実の書の中身は単なるピリオドに過ぎない。でもロッケン島ミステリーを感激する者たちにとってはこれは見過ごせないイベントですから。
なるほど。あれはお兄 ちゃんのゲーム版を食い破ってたヤギどもの行列というわけだもんね。
The goats are back. All of the goats. Ange's analogy was an accurate one. The crowd far, far below them was made up of nobles wearing beautiful outfits and goat masks. They were all so intent on tearing the guts out of Beatrice's cat box that they couldn't even hide the drool trickling from their mouths. Those gluttonous goat nobles, who derived pleasure from the violence of exposing the truth, were in a line of cars heading toward the meeting place.
猫箱もベアトリーチェもいよいよおしまいなのね。
ベアトたちはゲーム版の最後の食い残し、黄金鏡に立てこもってます。バトラとベアトが門番を務め、第一陣を壊滅させたようですが、第二陣は防げません。我が主は籠城概念破壊の艦隊を与えられました。黄金鏡の城壁などもはや風前の灯火です。
RIP.
島に湧き出したヤギたちは島に惨劇を望む未来の妄言が具現化したもの。
そうです。あのヤギたちはネットの海からいくらでも生まれてきます。第一陣など所詮はうぞうむぞう。第二陣は違います。無数のヤギたちの中から立てこもるすべての駒たち個人個人の否定に特化した再生鋭から編成しています。総兵力は10万。島に立てこもるほんの数十人を否定するために10万の否定を用意したのです。
That is a big oof.
お兄ちゃんももうおしまいね。
もう覚悟はされているのでしょう。後宮バトラは1986年に死んでいて、あの彼は猫箱が生み出した幻想であると。
分かってる。
Regardless of whether he's my real brother or an illusion, regardless of whether he's who I'd like him to be or not, the battler who created this game board for my sake will die. No, I'm just going to accept the fact that he was already dead. So it's not like he's actually going to die. Ange thought to herself, shouldn't performing her brother's last rites be her responsibility? This was her final trial, which she had assigned to herself. All of those people down on the game board were the personification of Ange's naivety. By denying the existence of all of them, wouldn't she finally be able to accept the truth? No, that's not right. I'm not being honest, even with myself. That bizarre Halloween party may have been an illusion. That didn't make it any less heartwarming. Oni-chan said it himself. True, that Halloween party may have been an illusion. However, he was trying to use that party to tell me something.
その第二陣は
1 minute. Okay, I'm back.
我が主より私が指揮官を務めるよう仰せつかっています。お任せをエンジさん。あなた自らに手を汚させるほど我が主は陰湿ではありません。
Leave it to me, Comrade Edge. Yes, that might be kind of her. These are my lingering attachments we're talking about. I should be grateful to Bernkastel. If she really were cruel, she would probably have ordered me to take charge of the second wave and execute my own family.
どうしエンジ
Comrade Edge.
あんたは真実の魔女なんですよね。そうよ、多分。じゃあ受け入れましょうよ。12年を経てようやく本当の一なる真実を。
私はここでベルンカステルが封印を解き終えるのを気長に待つとするわ。
おそらくはパーティーのゲストとしてあなたは呼び出されるでしょう。姿見はありますので目やにでも取ってたらどうです？
あんたこそ出陣前に無駄毛でも抜いてきなさいよ。
Shave? Oh my. It floated there in the empty air. The door to the Golden Land. At its base, there was nothing except some floor tiling about as thick as a rug, though it was fairly hard to imagine that this was Kinzo's study. By this point, all of the game board except the Golden Land had been eaten away, leaving only this door floating in a sea of nothingness. There were two shapes in front of that door. They were Battler and Beato. They may not have been literally covered with wounds, but they definitely seemed to be dead tired. Battler, leaning against the door, seemed to have finally caught his breath. Beato was also sitting against the door, letting her legs dangle gracelessly. Could the battle against that force really be called a battle? It was more like a mere pushing contest on the increasingly small bit of ground that remained. They had wanted to protect at least Kinzo's study no matter what. And the only fruit of their desperate struggle was the thin bit of flooring that they were sitting on now. Those goats fell into the abyss whenever they had nowhere to stand. So now, with so much of the floor gone, there was no way for them to attack anymore. If Battler thought this, his naive hopes were quickly crushed. Does we have flying goats now?
増援を集め、今度こそ一度に押しつぶそうという魂胆であろう。
Boats? What? Stretching across the ocean horizon that surrounded the door at their backs was an encirclement of countless large sailing ships. As they could clearly see, the decks of those ships were packed with goats, with some of the more foolish and overeager ones spilling over into the edges into the nothing or emptiness below.
すげえな。俺もお前のゲームで随分とおかしな経験をいろいろしてきたが、海賊船に包囲されるってのは初めての経験だぜ。
おそらく黄金鏡の境を打ち破る力を持つのだろう。あの大砲もはったりではあるまい。あ
れでこの扉をぶち抜いて一挙になだれ込もうというに違いあるまい。
Quick, Battler, use the small bombs. Along the sides of each ship were several open gun ports, each with a cannon pointing at the door. If this many ships all around them fired all of those at once, there's no point in trying to imagine what would happen next. Battler and Beato grimaced and hugged their heads.
あの大砲を前に黄金鏡の境はどの程度持ちこたえる？
わからぬ。ただあれだけの数を揃えているのにまだ援軍を待つということは、おそらくそうやすやすと敗れはしないのだろう。
確かに降伏勧告もしないで攻撃の手を休める理由はそれしか考えられねえな。
奴らが与えるこの時間が我らに有利に生かせればよいのだがな。
劣勢な側にとって時間はいつだって味方さ。何かの奇跡を期待できるからな。
あるいはさらなる絶望を知ることにもなろうか。
At that moment, something small and hard hit Battler in the forehead.
なんだこりゃ。コンペイト？
私よ。分かったわよ。ベルンたちの居場所が。
The candy was Lambda Delta's transformed body. What? She was the only one of their allies capable of crossing the sea of fragments.
おお、さすがはダイラムダデルタ卿。
ここじゃ奴らに姿を見られるわ。中で話をしましょう。一筋縄じゃいかないことになってるわ。
分かった。誰かいるか
？When Battler knocked on the door, it opened, and Shannon and Cannon came into view.
はい、お呼びですか？
すまぬが見張りを頼む。お任せを。
奴らが攻撃を開始したら戦う必要はない。すぐに黄金鏡に逃げ込め。扉を閉めなくていい。
しかしそれでは。
奴らは扉なんか無視して直接黄金鏡をぶっ壊す気だ。ここで仁王立ちしてたってもう何も防ぐことはできやしない。
わかりました。
ここは僕たちに任せて中で対策を。うん、しばらく頼むぞ。
Battler and Beato traded places with Shannon and Cannon and returned to the Golden Land. A gentle rain poured down over the Golden Land's rose garden. The weather here reflected the hearts of those inside it. Oof. The quietly falling raindrops spoke for the pain felt by those who could do nothing but hide here, waiting for the enemy's final assault. When they returned to the arbor, that piece of conpeto flew out of Battler's pocket, jumped onto the table, and returned to its original form.
久々よね、こんなスリル。まさか魔女にもなってこんなハラハラした目に遭うなんて夢にも思わなかったわ。
それでエンジやベールンカステルたちは一体どこに？
当初の都よ。
聞いたことがあります。
Oh, this is new. New music.
海を渡る偉大なる魔女たちが集めたさまざまなかけらを書物に記し保管した地があると。
尊厳なる感激と戯曲と傍観の魔女により厳選されし名誉ある図書の都ですな。
Yes, Ronabe, the library.
大アウローラ教は図書の都の主だ。なるほど、妥当な場所であるな。しかしさすがはラムダデルタ教ね。無数に想定された隠れ家からこんなにも早く居場所を突き止められるなんて。
それがね、簡単に分かっちゃったわ。分かるも何も向こうで大々的に宣伝をしているわ。無限の魔女大ベアトリーチェ教の猫箱の秘密大公開パーティーってね。
なるほどな。奴らがまだ攻めてこぬ理由は援軍待ちではなくパーティーの式次第のせいらしい。
そのパーティーとやらでエンジェの鍵を使って一なる真実の書を公開するということなのか。
そういうことね。アウローラは久しぶりのイベントなんで各界から賓客を集めて大パーティーを催してるわ。一なる真実の書はそのパーティーの最後の目玉になるでしょうね。
エンジェと鍵を取り戻すチャンスはまだあるってことか。
時間的猶予という意味ではね。ただとてもシンプルかつ当然な問題が。
なんだ。
図書の都は元老院の管理下にある聖域よ。神聖な結界が張られている。元老院の魔女以外は踏み入ることさえできない。
I am the Senate.
パーティーの招待客には元老院に席を持たぬ者もいるのでは。
ええ、いるわ。そういう連中には特別に聖域に踏み入ることを許可する招待状が与えられてるみたい。
招待状。
これは面白くなってきましたな。
と私も思ったわよ。ところがこの招待状、遅刻現金でパーティー開始時刻までに入場受付をしてないと自動的に効果を失う優れもの。そしてお気の毒なことについさっきパーティーは始まっちゃったわ。
Well, that's useless then.
つまり遅刻した来客の誰かから招待状を奪うという手はもう手遅れということか。
そういうことで、どうすんのこれから。誰かポップコーンもらえる？今度キャンディーフレーバーがいいわ。
門外漢で恐縮だがもはやお手上げに思えるね。
私たちはもうおしまいなのですね。
ここで座ったまま奴らが襲ってくるまで待ってるしかないの。何かできることがあるはずだわ。
そうね、私たちにできることは一つだけあるわ。
それは
1分1秒でも悪あがきして奇跡を待つことや。
奇跡？
つまりこいつはあらもの砦ってわけさ。
私たちに幸福はない。できるのは1分1秒でも持ちこたえて奇跡が起こるのを待つことだけね。
エンジェが何かの理由で気が変わってここへ戻ってくる可能性が何百万分の1の確率であるかもしれない。
そのような極小の確率の末ならば、それは確かに奇跡と呼べるであろうな。
私たちはエンジェさんの帰りを待つためにここにいるんです。
ええ、エンジェさんの帰る場所は私たちのいるここだけなんです。だから私たちは最後の1秒までここを守って彼女の帰りを待たなければならないんです。
留守をお預かりすることこそ使用人の役目。こうとなればこの号だ。もう覚悟は決まっております。
バトラー様、我ら一同すでに覚悟は決まっております。
シエスタ姉妹近衛隊一同、命約に基づき最後まで大ベアトリーチェ卿とご一緒するであります。
45、問題ありません。最後まで戦います。ようやく似合いの死に場所を見つけたに。410、問題ないに。
煉獄の7姉妹、最後までベアトリーチェ様とバトラ様のおそばに。
Yeah, the Chesters swap sides every episode. The 6 younger sisters also showed their resolve with their eyes.
アイゼルネ・ユングフラウ、最後までお供します。
元 SSVD もいいぜ。付き合ってやらん。
そしてあなたもどうか私たちに力を。
私？だーよ、偵察してきてあげたじゃない。それで私は十分協力をしてあげたつもりだけど。
あなたはエンジェちゃんが図書の都の中にいるのをどうやって確認したんですか？
もちろんこの目でよ。私、自分の目で見たものしか信用しないたちなの。
ということはあなたは聖域である図書の都に入る資格を持っているということですね。
そうとも。大ラムダデルタ卿は元老院の大魔女であらせられるぞ。
ラムダデルタ、
何よあんたたち。まさか私にもう一働きしろって言ってんじゃないわよね。
これは思わぬ出番だね。
図書の都に入ることができるのはラムダデルタ卿ただ一人。
ということはこれはまさにラムダデルタ卿のための見せ場ということじゃない。
Oh my.
バカ言ってんじゃないわよ。あんたたち正気？私がたった一人であそこへもう一度侵入してエンジェを連れ戻してこいっての
The several dozen people surrounding Lambda Delta all nodded in unison.
バカも休みお言いなさいよね。エンジを助け出すってことは大アウローラのパーティーをぶっ壊せってことよ。私に世界を敵に回せってこと？私に見返りはないわ。あるわけない。あんたたちに用意できるどんな見返りだって大アウローラとその愉快な友人の化け物たちを敵に回すことと割が合うわけなんてない。
大アウローラと大ベルンカステルの目論見を台無しにし、エンジェちゃんを連れ戻し、みんなで和解するというハッピーエンドが見られます。
どうであるかラムダデルタ卿、これほどのスリル他にはないぞ。それほどの大事を成し遂げれば、そなたも病を1000年は忘れることができるのではないか。
頼むラムダデルタ、俺たちに力を貸してくれ。
Please, please, we're begging you. Help us save Ange. Everyone surrounded Lambda Delta, asking for help.
どうか頼むラムダデルタ卿、そなたしかおらぬのだ。
力を貸してくれ。俺がお前に最高の物語を見せてやる。そいつを最前列で見せてやるから。だから力を貸してくれ。
うるさい、黙れっつってんです。
Lambda Delta leapt to her feet and crushed the cup of popcorn in her hands. Sweet, candy-flavored popcorn flew all over the place, hitting everyone in the face. It might have looked funny. However, no one laughed. I'm sorry. Lambda Delta's face was filled with a rage that none of them had seen before.
勘違いしないでくれる？私は観客よ、観客。ベアトに招かれてそのゲームを見物に来ただけの客人よ。その私がなんであんたたちのために命までかけなきゃなんないわけ？
Hey there, Endragon. Welcome in.
ヘンジが帰ってきたらハッピーエンド？バカじゃない？怒り狂ったベルンとその軍勢が一気になだれ込んできてブチッと潰されておしまいじゃない。私がここにいる理由はたった一つよ。それは面白い物語が見られるとそこのリオンに単価を切られたから。
How to place video links here? Sure. But if you post something bad, you'll be gone instantly. So just be careful what you post.
そして私はもうじき最高に面白い物語が見られることを信じて疑わないわ。それは排水の陣でベルンの軍勢と戦って一人また一人と散っていく悲しい悲しい物語。
Not bad, more sad. I mean, yeah, just use common sense. Don't post anything that, like, yeah. Just use your common sense. Wait, what is this? Short business. One moment. Check this out. Okay. Yeah, that's Guardian Tales thing. I'm not exactly sure what it's about either. I mean, there's like, if we're thinking the unrecorded world, an alternate timeline, then sort of makes sense, I guess. Anyway. Let's see. Yeah, the drawing. Let me take another look at it. paused it on the drawing. Yeah, I mean, they're all together there. And then in the unrecorded world, they, I probably don't have to worry about spoilers for people. They get killed, and it's only the one guy left, which is sad. I didn't see anything off about the drawing itself, though. That's what you meant. Anyway, where were we here? Yeah, Lambda Delta was promised a tail. Surrounded by flowers and everyone's system. Oh. Okay.
全員に散り際の見せ場がありそうだもんね。
Lambda Delta is not our friend.
Water back.
Lost your chicken to hydrate. Okay, thank you. I'm not shrimp. I have consumed water. Life-giving waters. Yeah, Lambda's at best neutral. She has helped a little more than expected. But yeah, they're starting to rely on her a bit too much.
それを間近でもうじき感激できるのよ。あんたたちはもうじきみんな死ぬの。でも私は違う。私は観客よ、客人よ。あんたも一緒に死んでくれなんて言われる筋合いはこれっぽっちもないんだから。
I think she's a little upset. Tad. No one was able to say a word. In the still silence, where there was no sound except that of the rain, even Lambda Delta finally hung her head in dismay.
ごめんね。私ってば最高にかっこ悪いわ。そうよね。ここで私が任せておきなさいって胸を叩いたら、私の人気はうなぎ登りで、次の人気投票はトップ3くらいに入っちゃうかもね。でもね、私はあんたたちと違って物語の登場人物じゃないのよ。死ねないのよ。あんたたちが深夜にクライマックスはこれからだとか意気込んでるけど、私は明日月曜で学校で日直で朝は起床が早いわけよ。住んでる世界が違うの。だからさ、私をさ、
So, she wants to help, but she, doesn't want to die. Lambda Delta staggered as though dizzy, then plopped down into a chair. Then she became expressionless like a doll, just staring at a single point in space, silently.
すまん。
Battler softly apologized. However, Lambda Delta remained expressionless.
俺たちにできることも尽くさないのに、あんたにだけ何かを失うように強いるのはフェアじゃない。俺たちはここで戦い、最後の1秒までここを守る。エンジェが未なる真実よりも俺たちを選び 帰ってきてくれるかもしれない奇跡を信じて。それも尽くさないのに、あんたに俺たちと一緒に命を捨ててくれなんて頼めるわけもない。
Battler rose from his seat and spun around.
バトラー、
見張りの二人と交代してくれ。俺が奴らと戦う時の先人でありたい。それが今すぐ俺がラムダデルタに見せられる俺の決意だ。
Worst feelings watching your favorite game slowly become pay to win. Day one player can't help you. Yeah, that do suck. By the way, I was a while back. That reminds me. A while back, I was waiting for an MMO, MMO ARPG type game. I think it's supposed to be. I was waiting for that to come out, called Mad World, and it like took forever to come out, and then I missed when it actually came out, and then I checked just recently here, and it's been out for a while, and like it looked pretty neat before, but apparently when it came out it was so pay to win, and so now it's like dead, and it's only been out for like a few months at most, I think, or a month or two maybe. I'm not sure. I didn't even see anything for it. But yeah, just apparently the pay to win killed it, so that was pretty sad. Mad World, a Wii game? No, it's on Steam. Let's see. Mad World. What are you referring to? A beat 'em up hack and slash video game by Platinum Games. Okay, there is one, Mad World, for the Wii. That's not the one I was referring to. I was referring to Mad World Age of Darkness. Is this? Yeah, here it is. I'll put a link to it so you can take a look at it. There you go. Yeah, that came out January 25th. Okay, so it's been 2.5 months. But yeah, you can see it's got pretty poor reviews. And apparently, like, nobody plays it. Pretty sad. Yeah. So it's not quite the same, but that just reminded me of that. Okay, Battler's going to the front lines.
わらわも行くぞ。お師匠様はラムダデルタ卿に新しいポップコーンを頼む。ベアト。エンジェは必ず帰る。信じねば実る奇跡も実らぬというもの。くじを買わねば当たることもないのだからな。
Beato also stood up and followed Battler.
みんな、戦いに備え、何かの準備をしよう。
賛成だぜ。ここでうつむいてたってバカバカしいぜ。
バカバカしい。
そうだな。最後くらい景気よく行こうぜ。
エンジェちゃんの帰る場所を守らなくちゃ。
私たちも作戦会議が必要です。
そうだな。家具に武具に悪魔に異端審問官だ。このちぐはぐ連合軍でうまく連携を取らなきゃな。
I like how there's no music for this part, just to drive in how serious it is.
さあ妹たち、休憩の時間は終わりよ。シエスタ対起立。
The humans and illusions all rose to their feet and left the arbor. Afterward, only Lambda Delta remained, still staring blankly at a point in empty space.
いい香りの紅茶ね。インスタント？それともティーバッグかしら？
おや、同志エヴァもいかがです？
Comrade Eva, welcome.
カップはないのでロートになりますが。
A gold butterfly drifted onto the balcony and turned into Ava.
ベルンカステルの様子はどう？一なる真実の書の封印を解くのにまだだいぶかかるのかしら。
それを伝えに来たのよ。封印が解けたそうよ。
おめでとうございます。いよいよですね。あなたの人生のピリオド。
鍵を持ってベルンカステル教のところへお行きなさいな。使い魔の猫が案内してくれるわ。
Two emerald sparkles flew in. They were the green, glinting eyes of a black cat. The cat flicked its tail elegantly, with the dignity of a high-class attendant.
わかったわ。じゃあ、ちょっと行ってくるわ。
Ange rose from her seat. She did it casually, as though she was just heading out for a short trip. However, her lips would probably never touch her half-finished cup of tea again.
短い間でしたが楽しかったです。同族嫌悪って感情を知ることができる貴重な時間でした。
Wow.
私こそ次に会えたらどうやったらこんなにまずく紅茶が入れられるのか、ぜひ秘密を教えてほしいわ。
嬉しい？私が12年間ずっと隠して意地悪してきた秘密がいよいよ知れて。
嬉しいわ。ああ、今ならエリカの気持ちがわかるわ。あんたが死ぬまで守った秘密を暴けて、あんたに一矢報いてやったって気持ちになるもの。
それは気持ちのいいこと？
多少はマシって程度だわ。
Comrade, why did you shoot my dog? Ange nodded toward the black cat to let it know she was ready. The cat nodded back in a refined manner, indicated that it wanted Ange to follow, and leapt from the balcony. Without turning back, Ange followed it, jumping out into the air as though swimming. Ava watched her go. An expression of ridicule and scorn failed to cross her face.
いってらっしゃい、エンジェル。 それもあんたの選んだ道よ。あんたはもう6歳じゃない、18歳なのよ。自分の人生は自分で選択しなさい。
過保護なおばさまだことで。
私は式典の様子を見に行くけれど、あなたは？
もうじき出陣の時間ですので船に向かいます。手土産にはベアとの屍を、腹渡はパーティーに。私は皮をもらえることになってますので剥製を作りましょう。
Bruh. Bruh. That's, yeah.
これで謎のベールに包まれた六軒島物語もおしまいね。
するとその駒であるあんたもおしまいになりますね。
私はただの駒よ。駒の役目はゲームが終わるまで自分の役目に忠実であることだわ。ゲームが終わった後のことを考えるのは駒の役目じゃない。
そうですね。それは私も同じです。お互い今のこのひとときを楽しみましょう。では私もこれで失礼します。
じゃあね、お仕事頑張ってね。
After exchanging elegant bows, the two witches vanished at the same time. Nothing remained except some half-finished teacups and the aroma of the tea itself. Okay, yeah, so now we're back in 1986. Or not 1986, 1998. One after another, luxury cars stopped in front of a high-class hotel in the city, and guests began to step out of them.
いやあ、大月教授。おお、これは前回のコンベンション以来ですな。
All of the guests gathered here were very rich and cultured. A single hobby tied all of them together. They were witch hunters. Like-minded people who enjoyed exploring various interpretations of the Rockenjima mystery.
しかし本当でしょうか。後ろ宮エヴァの日記帳が実在したなんて。私も噂には聞いておりました。後ろ宮エヴァが死の直前に隠したとささやかれる秘密の日記。彼女は六軒島の真実をそれに密かに記していたと噂されます。まるで王様の耳はロバの耳ですな。人は自分しか知り得ない秘密を穴を掘ってでも口にせずにはいられない悲しい生き物なのです。何でも聞いた話ではドバイのコレクターが1000万ドルで買収を持ちかけてるとか。それはすごい。それだけロッキン島ミステリーが魅力的なことの証左ですな。
Conversations like this were breaking out passionately all over the place. Furthermore, it wasn't just guests who were allowed to enter. The press was also there in force. The Rockenjima mystery was such a large movement that it became a social phenomenon at one point. Though it had died down slightly in recent years, it was still a topic fiercely debated across the internet. It was hardly any surprise that the discovery and imminent release of Ushiromiya Eva's diary, which contained the truth of that mystery, had caused an uproar. And on top of all that, the mysterious forger Ito Ikukuro was to appear publicly for the first time. In fact, it seemed that Ito Ikukuro and Hachijo Toya, the up-and-coming mystery novelist, were the same person. Of course, this meant that Hachijo Toya would also be appearing in public for the first time. Though she was thought to be a male author, the fact that she was actually a mysterious woman author alone was enough to cause a stir. Before the diary unveiling party, a press conference was held in one of the rooms of the hotel.
いかにも私が八条東也です。
先生は過去のサイン会においても影武者を立ててまで姿を現すことを拒まれてきたわけですが、それが今回こうして姿を現されたのはどういうご心境の変化からでしょ
う。六軒島の魔女伝説は無限の物語を生み出してきました。それが終焉することの意味を考えれば、物書きの端くれとしては姿を現す形で敬意を表するべきであると感じたからです。
偽書作家としての先生はネット上で真実に至ったと公言されておりました。それはつまりもう先生は日記の中身をご覧になっているということなのですか。
そしてそれはもうじき皆さんにも公開されることとなるでしょ
う。こう言ってはなんですが、日記の中に記された内容が真実であるとの保証はあるのでしょうか。個人の私的記録に過ぎないといううがった見方もあるようですが。
いいえ、私が保証します。日記には真実が記されています。
Ooh. A stir passed through the crowd, and the room was suddenly filled with camera flashes.
これにて八条先生の会見を終了いたします。報道各社の皆さん、本日は誠にありがとうございます。引き続きまして後宮エヴァ氏の日記の撮影時間に移りたいと思います。
A hotel worker pushed forward a cart covered by a veil. Then, after looking to Hachijo for approval, he removed the veil. There lay Ushiromiya Eva's diary. The book of the single truth sat there, waiting for its seal to be released. Hachijo held it to her chest and laughed enigmatically. Camera flashes came from everywhere, making the book of the single truth glint.
以上で会見を終了させていただきます。それでは皆様、会場の方へ移動をお願いいたします。
Still holding the diary, Hachijo left the press conference room, escorted by men from the hotel, until she went through a door that said authorized personnel only. The journalists continued to surround her and ask questions, hoping to gather just one more comment. When the door slammed shut, the world twisted. The hotel employees became black cats wearing capes. Hachijo had turned into Featherine.
すごい熱気じゃない。楽しめた？疲れる。だが悪くない。それにしてもこの日記は重いな。
Featherine tossed the diary and Berncastle caught it.
私は少し控え室で休ませてもらおう。出番なんてすぐよ。休んでる暇なんてないでしょ。 では休むと言わず久しぶりの興奮をかみしめる時間が欲しいと言い直そう。
この本借りるわよ。エンジェに一番に見せる約束をしているわ。
そうか、ならば好きにするがよい。
Featherine left, followed by her cat attendant. After watching her until she was out of sight, Berncastle disappeared as well. Like Erica's room, Berncastle's was a balcony without a handrail, dug out of a bookshelf cliff. Ange had been kept waiting for some time, but she had been waiting patiently, looking down at the world below her.
遅くなったわね。ごめんなさい。
After Berncastle appeared, the black cats gave a bow and vanished.
ほら、持ってきたわよ。一なる真実の書。触れてもいい？お好きになさい。
Berncastle set it on the table and beckoned Ange forward. Slowly, Ange approached it.
これがエヴァおばさんの日記。そうよ。その中にあんたが知りたかった一なる真実が記されているわ。鍵は持ってるわよね。ええ、ここに。
Ange took the key out, looked at it there on her palm, then gripped it tightly. Even the heavy lock that held the diary so securely was fated to be swept aside easily as soon as Ange readied herself.
せかさないわ。あなたの心の準備がついてから開けるといい。この中には1986年10月4日と5日に何が起こったか記されているのよね。そうよ。あなたが命と引き換えにしてでも知りたいと願ったすべてがね。
In that instant, two Anges appeared inside of her, taking control of her body at the same time. On the one hand, she knew that she had already paid a great price to learn the truth. This part of her gripped the key, wanting to avoid a second of hesitation that might lead her to refuse to learn the truth now, at the final moment, with the book of the single truth right before her. On the other hand, a feeling as though she was betraying the brother and family who watched over her warmly made her bite her lower lip. However, though she shook, she could do nothing but watch as her right hand slowly brought the key toward the lock. What am I hesitating for? Inside this diary is the final destination of my sad, painful 12-year-long journey. Wasn't 12 years long enough? Do I want to keep living that way? That brother is an illusion created by my heart, my naive hope that a miracle might still occur. If I put my two options on a scale, then the path I should choose is clear. Slowly, I pushed the lock into the key into the lock and twisted. The lock opened with a click, and at the same time, it felt as though a crack ran through the key in my hands. Maybe a part of that intricate design had fallen off. I couldn't tell where it was broken just by glancing at it. However, for some reason, its golden glint seemed dulled somehow.
あんたがその鍵で選択をしたから魔法が一つ消えたのよ。何の魔法？バトラが言わなかった？その鍵はあなた以外の誰にも渡すことはできないって。そのあなたに選択を委ねるという魔法が今その役目を終えて消えたのよ。もうその鍵はただの鍵。この日記を開け閉めするだけのただの鍵よ。そう。じゃあこのお兄ちゃんの鍵ももう用済みね。もらってもいい？あんたが読んだ後にもう一度施錠するの。その錠前を開けるのもパーティーの立派なセレモニーだそうだから。そう、好きにすればいいわ。
I don't give a damn what happens after I find the truth. Bernkastel slid the key from where it lay on the table and put it into her pocket.
ではどうぞ。真実を知ろうとするあなたの勇気が消えてしまう前にね。
I lifted up Aunt Ava's now unlocked diary. The lock was unset. Even the hinge had been released by now. Nothing stands in the way of me opening to the pages within. I thought of taking a deep breath. However, I decided against it. I prepared myself for this long ago. It'd be stupid to fuel my reluctance further. I opened it. Violently, ruthlessly. I knew that this was the right way to open the pages that held the truth. As soon as the cover was opened, a brilliant light poured out, and my mind went hazy. The truth was sent to my mind directly, without letters or words. Tell me, what happened that day on Rockinjima? My consciousness returned gradually. Nothing was written in the open book before me. Of course. This was my own blank and empty notebook. I was at school, just sitting idly with my notebook open. The world had stopped. The hands on the clock had stopped, too. In that case, the auditorium should have been filled with silence. However, I could hear a small commotion. In this world of suspended time, I could see dark shapes sneaking about in the shadows of the unmoving students. They were students with goat heads. They were sneaking glances at me from behind the frozen students, whispering something to each other. I know. I can hear them. Everybody knows. One after another, students with goat heads grew out of shadows all over the room. They slipped around all the students stopped in time and gathered around me. Then they all jeered out something in unison, and as if they knew I could hear, showered me with giggles and gossip and sneers. However, nothing that came from the goats' mouths reached my ears as words. This was a world without letters or words, so no words reached me. However, their emotions and meanings did reach me, so I knew what it was they were saying. And then, when I was able to visualize it, one after another, the goats opened their massive jaws, showing their fangs that dripped with saliva, and came forward to bite me. Time was stopped for me. I was aware, but I could not move. That wasn't literally true. However, I was pretending that I couldn't hear, so I couldn't move. The goats bit me all over my body, leaving their fang marks, licking me. Maybe they didn't like the taste of my clothes. Taking advantage of the fact that I couldn't move, they chewed through my clothes one by one. Over and over again, the goats stuck their tongues, their jaws, their fangs into my naked body. What the heck is going on? I was covered with drool and bitten all over. Bright red teeth marks were left behind as sharp fangs pierced my skin, leaving trails of blood. They licked up that blood like real goats, hurting and humiliating me. As I hung my head, one of the goats pulled on my hair, forcing me to look up, and spoke. They didn't say it with concepts, but with words I could hear. However, they weren't words of the human world. They were a witch's words. The red truth, which signifies truth that is certain. Really? Bruh. I'm being debated.
認めないわ。そんな真実、私は認めない。認めない。あんたが認めても認めないも真実は考えない。
Way too dank. Who cares about the truth? So stupid, so pointless. I'm the one who gets to decide if that's the truth or not, right? Even if it's red truth, I won't acknowledge it, won't forgive it, definitely won't accept it.
赤き真実は絶対？誰にとっての絶対？あんたたちにとっての絶対でしょ？私にとっての絶対じゃない！私の真実はあんたたちの真実に汚されたりなんかしない！
エンジェ、落ち着いて。知りたいと願ったのはあんたでしょ？
私の真実はエバおばさんが犯人。エバおばさんがみんなを殺したのよ。悪いのは全部エバおばさん。お父さんもお母さんもお兄ちゃんもみんなただの犠牲者。誰も悪くない、誰も悪くない。だってそうじゃない、だってそうじゃない。
Your aunt will always be on your side, Ange-chan.
そうよ、エバおばさん、あんたが犯人よ。あんたが犯人。それを認めない世界の方がおかしいのよ。壊れてるのよ。正しいのは私。私は赤き真実を、世界の全てを否定する。
そう。じゃあ
けに記せる赤き真実を記してごらんなさい。でも人間はどうやって赤き真実を記すの？あるわよ。人間にしか記せない真っ赤なインクがあるじゃない。
エンジェさん、落ち着いてください。
正しいのは私、間違ってるのが世界。私が記してあげる。本当の赤き真実で私が真実を記してあげる。
20屋上支援大至急。エンジェさん、待ちなさい。早まるな、危ない。
グッバイエンジェ。Have a nice day。記してあげる。これが私の記す真っ赤な真実。お前たちの世界の真実など私は受け入れるものか。
I don't know what to say. It was something she couldn't accept. Anja's body went past the edge of the balcony. The air, which she had once been able to swim through, was now completely merciless for some reason. Anja's body plunged straight into the darkness below. Bernkastel just watched the scene play out in silence. Behind her, men in black suits rushed up to the fence, clutching it and screaming.
エンジェさんが飛び降りた。ダメだ、ここからは姿が見えない。大至急事情を調べろ。無理だ、どうしようもなかった。ひょっとするとあそこの防護ネットに引っかかったかもしれん。調べてみよう。
What fools. If you jumped straight down from this height, do you really think such a flimsy safety net could possibly save you?
そんな奇跡絶対に起こらない。この奇跡の命ベルンカステルが保証してあげる。
Anja's body fell from the skyscraper-like bookshelf and slammed against the floor of the City of Books. Looking down from Bernkastel's balcony, which was as high as a skyscraper's roof, did it look like a lovely red-pressed flower? No, you couldn't see it at all. Just like how the death of a single lonely girl who rejected the world didn't matter to anyone in the world. She probably died instantly. It was only natural. She had fallen straight down from this height after all. Is it even conceivable that she wouldn't die instantly after something like that? The index finger on the right hand of her corpse stuck out, as though it was tracing something. Could it be that by some impossible miracle, she really had escaped an instant death? And could the red blood that had drained from her at the moment of her death have been the ink that drew her own personal red truth? However, no one would able to tell what she had written. After all, the red blood pouring from her corpse had run over it all.
それさえもあんたの選択よ、エンジェ。
Ava was looking down at the beautiful flower of blood radiating from Ange's corpse.
私はあんたを生かそうとした。でもあんた6歳より先の未来を生きようとしなかった。だからあんたは12年をかけてやっと元の場所に戻ってきた。
The eyes on Ange's corpse were closed. However, there was no way of knowing if this was a peaceful thing. Eventually, the corpse began to melt away. At the end, it had become a messy lump of flesh, with only a few parts recognizable as human. It was hardly surprising. How else would she look after falling from that height and slamming against the asphalt?
あんたは死ねたわ。でもね、それで天国のみんなに迎えてもらえるかは別だわ。だってあんたはその天国のみんなを拒絶してここへ来たんじゃない。そのひき肉のゴミを捨てておいてちょうだい。私はこれを戻してくるわ。
I mean, I did wonder, like back when she originally jumped off the skyscraper, I did wonder if she could actually survive that fall. I didn't think, like, well, didn't it say she like bounced onto a I don't know, some kind of shop cloth, one of those cloth roof things, whatever, I don't know. But, or maybe it was a safety net, I don't know. But it said something about her bouncing off it, or I don't know. Oh, it was like 3 different things that softened her fall, yeah. That was a little suspicious. Got to the street unscathed, yeah. I mean, part of me is like, it could be possible. Maybe. There have been some really high falls that people have taken and come out basically unscathed. It's extremely rare, though. Human body is a strange thing. But yeah, I did think that was a little suspicious. That would also explain why at different points, well, maybe not different points, but at that one point when she was turned into Angeborger, just reflecting on her real world state. But man, that's sad. I mean, yeah, it makes the most sense for that to have happened, but... Would she have discovered the diary before that? Guess at the truth she found? I feel like the only thing that would make her react like that would be if Rudolph and Kyrie were the killers. Or Battler. Maybe Battler, I don't know. Or something like that. Well, yeah, I don't know. Because if it was just an accident, then I don't know why she would react like that, because she expected it to be an accident. After all that happened, she expected it. And Ava decided to keep everything hidden for her, like Bren suggested. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, because like I said, if it was just an accident, she expected that. She didn't think it was going to be anything great. There'd be no reason to reject it that harshly. And if it was one of the other cousins or parents, I don't think she would have reacted that violently. So yeah, the only thing that really makes sense to me, at least, is if Battler or parents, Battler or her parents or both were the killers. In Bernkastel's hands were the key, which had lost its magic when Ange made her decision, and the book of the single truth, which had been locked up again. After looking down one more time, Bernkastel vanished. Once she had gone, Ava summoned some cat familiars and ordered them to clean up. The black cats gathered Ange's flesh and scattered limbs and threw them into a tin bucket. Even in this miserable form, Ange's soul was still living. Perhaps living is a poor description. She was unable to die. From now on, forever. She would drift along in the deepest depths of oblivion, covered by the dust of oblivion, until she finally disappeared. She continued to question herself. What did the truth mean to her? What was right, and where was the place she could call home? As her flesh began to cool, even the energy to ask these questions began to fade. Eventually, she would forget her everyday memories, and even the reason why she was suffering. However, there was one thing that she would never forget. That was the anguish. From this point forth, she would suffer endlessly without even knowing why. By the time the cats finished flinging her corpse into the bucket and dumping it into the sea of nothingness, Ange had forgotten even her own name. So with that, I wonder, new theory here, wonder if, like, maybe she found the journal, read it, and I don't know if she put it back or whatnot, or anyway, then she jumped off the roof and died, and then Hachijo Toya could have gotten the diary somehow. I'm not sure where Amakusa comes into this. or Otonogi. Okonogi? Yeah, isn't it Okonogi? Maybe Hachijo Toya. I don't know if she was writing the stories partially for Anne. I don't know. And then eventually she unveils it. What's this sound I keep hearing? Yes, it must be the sound of rain. In that case, what are those two bright lights coming toward me? Don't go into the light. I don't know. However, they came at me with a screeching sound and stopped right in front of me. A blaring noise came at me over and over. Whatever's shining those bright lights is threatening me. Probably telling me to get out of the way. However, I was incapable of moving even a finger. There was a sound, and a car door opened. Car door. Apparently, I was lying on asphalt under the pouring rain. Huh? Unless she didn't die? Could she have... Is it possible she didn't die? But lost her memories from the impact? I saw a shadow, which was apparently the driver, open an umbrella and come toward me.
ここはそなたの庭か?
Oh, this is an Ange. The shadow questioned me. Of course, I couldn't answer it.
そなたの庭ならば、私は謝らなければならないな。なるほど。このような良き天気の日には、昼寝としゃれ込みたくなるような素晴らしき庭だ。しかし、私の記憶が確かなら。
The shadow crouched down and looked into my face. It was a woman.
ここは天下の公道だ。そなたはひき肉になりたいのか?
What's going on?
あるいはすでにひき肉なのか。どちらなのか教えてほしい。
I clenched my chest. I felt I needed to answer somehow and communicate my intentions. So finally, I managed to let a short groan escape my lips.
なるほど。まだひき肉ではなかったようだな。
And that was how I met Ikuko. Huh?
非常に衰弱しております。あと、記憶障害の可能性が高いですな。
Wait, could it be Ange? Huh? Come from a skyscraper, fall on a highway? What?
CT を見ないことには分かりませんが、脳にダメージがある可能性もあります。
ダメージ程度で済んで大いに結構でした。あそこであのまま寝ていればそれどころでは済まなかったでしょうから。
ですな。いずれにせよ大きな病院で一度見せた方がいいでしょう。
ありがとう先生。この件は内密に。これはわずかですが往診のお車代に。
わざわざ他言はしませんが。いやいや、こんなにたくさんいただくわけには。
In the end, the doctor took the money and swore to keep quiet about the matter. Eventually, Hachijo returned.
おや、起きていたのですか。具合はいかがです？
I nodded weakly, letting her know that it wasn't so bad for now. But where is this place? A room I have absolutely no memory of, in a house I don't remember at all. And first and foremost, here's a woman I've never seen.
まずは私の自己紹介から。私は八条育子。親しげに育子と呼んでくれても、他人行儀に八条さんと呼んでくれても構いません。
Hachijo Ikuko. Hachijo Ikuko.
八条家はこの辺りではちょっと知られた大地主の名家。出来のいい兄たちと違い、私はどこかずれた変わり者。いろいろと悪さが過ぎまして、とうとう親たちからも愛想をつかされて追い出され、今はここで蟄居をさせられています。趣味は推理小説を読むことと、そして書くこと。年は秘密の独身女。心は女子でも、そろそろそれを語るにはおこがましいかなという年頃です。
With the haze my mind was in, it was extremely hard to make out what she was talking about. However, I was able to pick up on the fact that she was trying to cheer me up.
それで、そなたの名前は？
My name. Logically, I know that being a human, I must have a name. And I do have the feeling that I did indeed have a name. However, no matter how hard I tried to remember what it was, it just made my head hurt.
何か名前以外に覚えていることは？
Who am I? My head. No, even my heart was a mess of torn flesh. I couldn't remember a thing, not even who or what I was. But I must remember. I had some kind of purpose, or maybe a mission. In order to remember that, I first have to remember who I am. Who am I? What is my name? Where was I born? What was my birthday? I need to remember something, anything. Age.
年？私の年は秘密です。
18.
私が18歳に見える？
I'm 18.
ああ、そなたの年齢ですか。やれやれ、世辞が過ぎると思いました。
When I asked myself how old I was, the number 18 floated into my mind. To be honest, the number 18 felt a bit out of place. My mind felt much younger than that. my pathetic body felt much older.
なるほど。そなたは18歳というわけだ。そしてそれ以上のことは何も覚えていないと。
I nodded weakly. I never knew that knowing nothing about yourself could make you feel this powerless.
では、そなたが自分の名を思い出すまで、1818と書いて、東野と読む名前を与えましょう。八条東野。いかがです？なかなかかっこいいです。自画自賛。
What? Huh? What is going on? Hachijo Ikuko gave a satisfied laugh. From then on, I took the name Hachijo Toya. My inability to move my body was apparently due to a traffic accident. On that day, I had been hit by a car, and Ikuko had picked me up from where I lay on the street. If she hadn't hit the brakes, I probably would have driven straight onwards, thinking she'd run over a dead dog or something. Bro. Later on, perhaps rudely, I suspected that the one who hit me might have been Ikuko herself. But when I saw her completely undamaged front bumper, I gave up on that theory. Hachijo Ikuko lived in a small but lovely mansion on the top of a small hill, in a village with a view of the sea. He also owned the hill behind her, and was more than capable of enjoying the 4 seasons in privacy. As time passed slowly, my rehabilitation continued, and my ability to move improved little by little. However, it seemed I really did suffer from some sort of brain damage. Finding out who I was looked like it would be a very difficult task. In the beginning, when I couldn't bear not knowing my identity, my head often hurt so much it felt as though it would explode. She's got that brain damage. However, as I slowly accepted the fact that I was a new person with the name of Hachijo Toya, the headaches became less frequent. That whole time, no memories returned to me except the fact that I had been 18. However, I was unable to remember any more, unable even to be sure that 18 was my true age. And eventually, I stopped trying to remember my former self.
おはよう、東野。昨日はひどい嵐でしたが、よく眠れましたか？
I had some trouble falling asleep, so I decided to read your manuscript.
おやおや、どこまで読んでくれたのですか？
I finished it.
これは驚いた。あの量の原稿用紙を一晩で読み切ったというのですか？
I was surprised too. Once I got into it, I'd finished before I knew it. It was like I was just skimming it, or maybe like I was taking in each page with just a glance.
どうやらそなたは速読の心得があるようですね。してどうでしたか？感想は。
I liked it a lot. Still, if you don't explain that part about the ocean currents a bit more clearly, it might be a little unfair for a detective novel. Oh, but I thought it was great that you had the foreshadowing with the ring right there at the beginning. after I finished, I had to go back to the beginning and slap myself for being so easily tricked. I think giving people that feeling is what detective novels do best. Did I say something to offend you? If I did, you have my apologies.
いや、なぜ謝るのです。驚いています。そなたの的確な感想は称賛に値するでしょう。
Is that referring to the story of Umineko? Foreshadowing the ring? And then what about the ocean currents? Huh. I don't know.
そなたはどうやら批評家か、あるいは推理小説作家の才能があるらしい。
A detective novel writer. A critic. From across the fog of oblivion, I seem to remember myself fighting and arguing about mysteries or something like that. That way of fighting, which I must have learned in the past, sent a surge of excitement through me. Concern? Mystery. Fighting. My head hurt. Don't tell me this is Battler. Possible? I took a painkiller and swallowed it with fresh water brought up from the well. Who am I, really? But no matter how much I thought, I couldn't remember. From what I've been told, the frequency of the headaches might be lessened by brain surgery, but there was no guarantee that it would do my memory any good. Ikuko said that she would let me have surgery if I wanted it. However, I refused. Even if I can't remember it, the real me is still there, sleeping inside my head. I was scared that the surgery might harm that me somehow. By now, I've gotten used to dealing with headaches. As long as I don't force myself to remember the past, the headaches don't torment me every day. So bit by bit, I became free of the headaches, and got used to my new life as Hashijo Toya. Gradually, my interest shifted from myself to Ikuko. Hashijo Ikuko. A very strange woman. First off, she was apparently the daughter of a very well-off family, just as she had said. However, she was considerably eccentric, and the various mischievous incidents she spoke of had apparently gotten her within an inch of being disowned. As a result, she had been given this house and had been ordered to live here quietly and alone. She had never been a particularly social person, so she happily accepted this new state of affairs, living however she pleased with servants to take care of her. She had no friends. No one ever came to visit. When I wasn't around, she only ever talked to an old black cat she kept as a pet, named Burn. I don't know her real age. She doesn't seem to be too old to marry yet, but with an isolated life like this, she isn't likely to meet people. She sometimes says that she just hasn't met anyone worth the trouble, but I think she's already given up on marriage. Her everyday life was simple. She would either read through the many detective novels that were brought to her, or else write detective novels herself. At first, I thought she was some novelist at a private retreat, plugging away at a new book. However, the manuscript she finished just ended up put together in a pile. With me as the sole exception, it didn't look like she ever let anyone read them. A novelist is someone who writes novels for people to read. So I figured you could hardly call her a novelist when she kept writing novels no one would ever see. Ikuko-san, why don't you ever show these to anyone?
そなたには見せています。無論出来のマシなものに限りますが。
Haven't you ever thought of sending one to some publishing company? It's a waste otherwise when your works are so interesting.
私の作品などプロには通じぬ。一度送ったことがあるがさっぱりダメでした。私には分かっています。こんなもの素人の道楽です。
I don't think amateur is a fitting word for someone who's so well versed in detective novels from all times and all across the world.
大飯ぐらいが良き料理人になれるわけでもない。推理小説を読み散らすことが良き推理小説家であることを保証するわけでもない。そういうことです。だからこんなものは道楽に過ぎません。
Is it really fun to write novels that you won't show to anyone?
かつては楽しかった。かつては。
What about now?
そなたに感想を得ることが楽しい。とりあえず一章を書き終えました。お茶を用意させるのでまた読んで感想を聞かせてもらえませんか？
Saying this with a smile, Ikuko thrust a pile of manuscript paper at me. I'm convinced that whether you read detective novels or write them, they're boring if you're all on your own. You can only find something really precious when you share that world with someone else. Headache.
どうよ？しっかり。今頭痛薬を。
I'm fine. I'm more interested in this manuscript. I can't wait for the new chapter. The seasons passed. Together with Ikuko, in this town whose name I didn't even know, we spent our days debating detective novels and talking about ideas for new plots. At a glance, they may have appeared to be stale and unproductive days. However, Hachijo Toya found satisfaction with this new life.
"かようにして我が黒首と奇譚は幕を閉じるのである。亮。
With a dramatic flourish of her pen, Ikuko signified that her manuscript was now complete.
どうであるか。そなたのプロットを生かしつつ、最後に辻子の秘伝をもう少し厚くしてみました。
I think it's very good. I'd say The Last Farewell is sad enough to make it moving as a story, not just a reasoning puzzle.
当夜のプロットがあればこそです。この作品の前には私がこれまで書き溜めた原稿などちり紙の価値さえない。書きながらも私が世界で一番最初の読者であることの興奮、こんな経験は初めてです。
I just mentioned some ideas. You're the one who turned them into such a fascinating story, Ikuko-san. At some point, she roped me in as well, and I too started my journey into the world of writing detective novels. Apparently, the old me had some talent for mysteries and detective novels and the like, and my talents seemed to be of a fairly unorthodox kind. I tried turning famous mysteries from across the world on their head, twisting those ideas into something new. However, a few ideas aren't enough to make a book. No meal is complete if all you can do is chop up vegetables. Thanks to Ikuko's writing, a skill she had built up over many years, my ideas were transformed into a work of fiction. In this work, The Strange Tale of Kurokubi Island, the two of us merged the best of our respective personalities, and though I hate to brag, it had turned into a masterpiece that we could show to anyone without shame.
もしもし、書斎にシャンパンを持ってきてください。グラスはあなたの分も。これまでで一番の作品が仕上がりました。
Ikuko called for some champagne over the internal phone line. Joined by the servant who happened to be working that day, and the cat Byrne, we raised our glasses high and toasted our accomplishment. Ikuko-san, I have an idea if you don't mind.
お祝いしましょう。聞こう。そなたの話すアイデアなら、シャワーとトイレ中でなければ、いつだって耳を貸そう。
Ikuko, please. Why don't we try submitting our book? I've never read anything this interesting before. I'm sure lots of other people will want to read it.
そうでしょうか。過去にもそう思い投稿しましたが、結果は。
I believe in your talent, Ikuko-san. What about you?
私とて、そなたの才能を確信しています。
Believe in the me who believes in you. Then it's decided. The Ikuko-san's big debut.
当夜のメジャーデビューを祈って。
We clinked our glasses once more, and on it went. We must have had way too much to drink. Before I knew it, I must have passed out on the sofa. There was a blanket covering me. Ikuko-san must have put it there. The lights were out in the study, but it wasn't dark. The computer's monitor was glowing. Outside, it had started to rain. It reminded me of the day Ikuko-san found me and took me in. Because of that, whenever it rains, I find myself wondering who I was. I usually get headaches. So I wasn't sure whether the pain was because of the rain or because I drank too much. Ikuko-san, turn on the lights. Using a computer in the dark is bad for your eyes.
おや、起こしてしまいましたか。
No, I slept well. I feel refreshed now. I turned on the lights and looked out through a gap in the curtain. As I'd thought, it was the sort of pouring rain that always reminded me of that day. It's raining pretty hard out there. The wind looks pretty strong too. I hope the rain gutters don't get clogged with leaves again.
先日掃除をさせましたから、当分は大丈夫でしょう。
Her answer sounded a little abstracted. Apparently, her attention was absorbed by the computer. You've been pretty hooked by that computer lately, Ikuko-san. Did you find an interesting article or something?
バカバカしいとは思いつつもなかなか面白いのです。ほら、例の六軒島事件。
Oh? Rockinjima?
六軒島ミステリーの話は先日したでしょ。これが今ネットでブームになっているのです。それをめぐる議論や考察、中でも義書が実に面白い。義書というのは付近の島に流れ着いた後宮マリアの署名のあるボトルメッセージが他にもあったと仮定して書いたもので。
Ikuko kept showing off her knowledge of the subject. However, a huge bell was clanging inside my head. The noise was so great that I thought my head would split open. Unable to tell what was the floor and what was the ceiling, I crumpled and clutched at my head. My head hurts. The Rockinjima explosion accident. The many disquieting rumors surrounding it. The scheming of the relatives who were after Ushiromiya Kinzo's vast wealth and hidden gold. And the truth? Ushiromiya Eva, the sole survivor, said nothing. Eventually, everything would be inherited by the granddaughter, Ushiromiya Ange, who escaped harm because she was absent on that day. Ange. Ushiromiya Ange. I am Ushiromiya. Oh good. My head's getting split open. Is it Battler? Incomprehensible scenes pierced my eyelids from the inside like blades of light. Just what am I looking at? Who are these people calling to me, but not by the name Toya? Who am I? Who are these people? What is this memory? Help me, Ikuko. Someone else's memory is hurting me. My head's splitting. I could hear the sorrowful sound of wind, and that must be rain. Who was I again? I am Ushiromiya...
Enji! Enji!
Wait, no, is that Rudolph? Okay, well, Kyrie. Voices calling to me. Dad and Mom. Can't be. 1986, on Rockinjima, Mom and Dad. No, so is this Ange? I thought it was different because it was like on a highway or something. Maybe it's Ange.
Ange, しっかりしろ。お父さんの声が聞こえるか。
お願いだから返事をして。Ange!
Dad, Mom. I'll say it out loud. Dad, Mom.
Ange! Ange, よかった。
I could feel my body being lifted up firmly and hugged roughly. Mom and Dad were hugging me. My eyelids have been open for a while now. I could feel the light slowly returning to my eyes. Just like your eyes get used to the dark, My eyes got used to the light, and bit by bit, the scene around me came into view. However, it was an unusual sight, which seemed to be very far away. My body was being hugged by Dad and Mom. Wait, but this is the Golden Land. What is going on? I'm getting whiplash. Dad was sniffling, his face covered with tears. There were tears in Mom's eyes too as she held me tight. It was so strong that it hurt a bit. They held me with all their strength. Me, the bad kid who wasn't obedient, who always had an excuse, and who always tried to do the opposite of what her parents said. They held me tight to make sure I didn't head down the wrong path. As my eyes adjusted, I could see other people besides my parents. Everyone was there. George Oni-chan, Jessica One-chan, Maria One-chan, my uncles and aunts, even Sakutaro. And there was the witch Virgilia, and Ronove, and...
そなたは幸運だった。偶然にも虚無の海の波間を漂うそなたを見つけたのだ。ひどい姿であったぞ。そなた自身がその姿を思い出すまでに随分と時間をかけた。
Maybe, okay, maybe it is Ange that Ikuko found it. Oh no, but it has to be somebody. Well, help. No, yeah, I'm taking drain damage here. Because it looked like whoever was remembering there with Ikuko, whoever Toy is supposed to be, was remembering the scenes from On Rock and Jima. So if it's Ange, that wouldn't really make sense. I don't know. I think there's smoke coming out of my ears. Okay, let's just continue before I knock myself into a coma. Trying to think too hard.
ベアトリーチェ。じゃあここは
黄金鏡だ。ここでお父さんたちはみんなお前が帰ってくるのを待ってたんだぞ。
絶対にあなたは帰ってくると信じてたわ。
Did I come home because I was supposed to? I've gone back how I'm supposed to be. And now...
いや、お前は帰ってきたんだ。
そうよ。あなたが私たちのところへ帰りたいと願ったからここへ帰ってこられたのよ。
お父さん、お母さん、私は。
今は何も言わなくていいわ。大変な冒険をしてきたわね。あなたは一人ぼっちで大変な冒険をしてきたわ。
これで分かっただろう。もう忘れないだろう。
I understand, Dad.
ここがお前の帰るべきところだってことだ。
When I gave that answer, Dad and Mom hugged me again. Hot tears fell onto my face. They were Dad and Mom's tears.
無事でとはとても言えない姿だったけれど、よかったわ。帰ってきて。
エバおばさん、
私のことをいくらでも憎んでくれていいから。だからお父さんとお母さんに100万回キスをしてあげて。あなたのことをいつも思っているみんなにもキスをしてあげて。
エバおばさん、
あなたのもう一人のお母さんにどうかただいまと言ってあげて。
Mom gave me a push from behind, and I stumbled forward toward my other mother.
エバお母さん。
エンジェちゃん。
あの日、私がそう呼べていれば、私は何も謝ることがなかったかもしれない。私たちは新しい世界を二人で生み出せたかもしれない。
もういいのよ。エンジェちゃんは帰ってきてくれたわ。だからもう何も言わなくていいのよ。
お母さん、お母さん、
おかえり、エンジェちゃん。あなたは私の可愛い娘よ。
エバお母さん、あなたはいつまでも、そして最後まで私の一番の味方だった。
The two of them hugged each other quietly, burying their faces in the other's shoulders and sobbing. The truth wasn't worth anything at all. In the first place, the truth is always in the past. The point of the future isn't to learn what happened in the past. What really matters is whether I can truly live and prosper in the truth that is the now. If I truly live and prosper, that is the truth. Back when I only ever tried to see the truth of the past, I was nothing more than a ghost trapped in that past. Since that time, I haven't lived a single day. Now I truly understand. This is what the real truth is.
私は生きるわ。そしてどれほどみんなに愛されていたかを思い出したわ。
Because I was young and selfish, I didn't even remember until now. The kind grandpa who always spoiled me. The entertaining aunts and uncles. All of the kind and gentle servants. It was always warm. And yet, because I was young and cruel, I never tried to remember any of that. Everyone got distorted by my irresponsible imagination. I completely forgot the truth. Now I can remember clearly, and I understand. That Halloween quiz party certainly was an illusion. Never happened. However, didn't we do all kinds of fun things when the relatives gathered? Things that were no more or less fun in that party? And for the first time since the start of the game, I went up to each and every one of them to greet them, thank them, and apologize. To thank Grandpa for always pampering me. To thank my aunts and uncles. To thank the cousins for always playing with me even though I was so selfish. And I thanked and apologized to the illusions. I think I said something horrible to Sakutaro once, in the past. And to Maria One-chan too.
マリアお姉ちゃんは本当の魔女だったんだわ。
マリアは最初から魔女だよ。エンジェだって一度はその領域に近づけたのにね。
ううん、本当の意味で分かってなんかいなかった。かわいそうなマリアお姉ちゃんのかわいそうな魔法、そんな風にしか見ていなかった。だから私には幸せのかけらが拾えない、見つけられない。かつてお姉ちゃんは私にそう言ったわ。
仕方ないよ。宇宙は二人で作らないと生み出せない。マリアにはベアトがいたけれど、エンジェは一人ぼっちだった。
いいえ、もしエヴァおばさんをお母さんと呼べていたら、私は二人だったわ。きっとマリアお姉ちゃんと同じ魔法で私は新しい世界を生み出せたわ。
すべてわらわのせいだ。わらわが面白半分に投じたボトルメッセージはそなたの未来に歪みを生み、そなたを蝕んだ。わらわにもその責任がある。
まったくね。あんたのボトルメッセージのせいだわ。そのせいであんたの真似をした偽書を書く連中が現れて、どんどんおかしな話が膨らんでいった。
Something that just occurred to me. If Shannon... Yeah. If Shannon made a message bottle or whatever and threw it out that year, even if nothing happened, well, whether something happened or whether nothing happened, and it was just an accident, that spurred everybody into making stories, imagining a tragedy. So I remember before it said something about if this had happened a year earlier or a year later, it wouldn't have mattered. I wonder if that's referring to the message bottle. I had thought that it was because of Battler coming back that year that the murders happened, but I wonder if it was the bottle. Yeah, whether something happened or not, the message bottle is what made it blow up and had everybody writing stories and figuring things out and whatnot. That put pressure on Ange and Ava and ruined their lives. However, the message bottles thrown away by Beato did not name a specific person as the culprit. One of the forgers wrote a plausible forgery that had Ushiromiya Eva as the culprit, and it spread like a wildfire. Yeah. Even though I should have known better than anyone else that it was impossible, I accepted it in the end.
ベアトのせいじゃないわ。周りの誰がどんな邪推を重ねようとも、私の中の真実はたった一つのはずだった。なのに安易に私はみんなの温かな思い出を手放し、心を彼らに明け渡してしまった。
いやいや、そもそもわらわがボトルメッセージなど投じなければ、未来の六軒島はおかしな妄想の種にされることもなかったのだ。全てはわらわのせいだ。
そうね、それもそうだわ。やっぱりあんたのせいだわ。
素直にそう言われるとカチンとくるぞ。わらわのせいだけでなく、やはりそなたも悪いのだ。
そうね、あんたも悪いし私も悪いわ。でもお互い罵り合うのもバカらしい。だって私は未来の魔女、あなたは過去の魔女。未来に生きる私はその魔法で未来を築くべきなのよ。私たちは共に何らかの責任を負うけれど、それを責める資格はどちらにもないわ。
エンジェならマリアージュ・ソルシエールの教えをきっと理解してくれると思ってたよ。
そうね、私はマリアージュ・ソルシエールの最後の一人としてお姉ちゃんの魔法を伝える義務があるわ。
マリアの魔法はみんなを幸せにする魔法なの。
清らかなる魔法も邪悪なる魔法も思いのままよ。
本当ね、魔法は心の持ち方で全く違う姿に変わる。正しい導きがなければ正しい魔法は使えないわ。そして正しい魔法は人を幸福に導くわ。
素晴らしいことです。人を幸せにすることこそが魔女が魔法を振るう唯一の理由なのです。その教えをようやく我らが無限の魔女の系譜の最後の魔女に伝えることができて、私は嬉しいですよ。悪かったな、全然伝えてなくてよ。
未来の魔女エンジェ・ベアトリーチェ、マリアージュ・ソルシエールは今こそあなたの著名を解く。ウリュー、エンジェはきっと帰ってきてくれるって信じてたよ。おめでとうございます、エンジェ様。
あなたたちと共に旅をした日に、私は一度は理解をしたつもりでいたのに。ごめんね、本当にごめんね。
魔女は二人でなければ宇宙を生み出せぬ。未来のそなたは一人だが、本当に大丈夫か？
ええ、大丈夫。私はもう一人じゃないもの。私は生きるわ。 と一緒に、そして未来に生きるマリアージュ・ソルシエルの魔法を伝えるために生き抜くことを誓うわ。マリアお姉ちゃんの魔法は私でさえ救ってくれたもの。魔法を必要としている人たちはもっと大勢いる。それを正しく伝え、一人でも多くの人々を救うことがマリアージュ・ソルシエルの最後の魔女の私の使命なんだわ。
それは実現できそうか？
もちろんよ。そのための力だってあるわ。私の先代様エヴァ・ベアトリーチェがたっぷりと築き上げてくれた黄金の魔法があるもの。私はそれを全て継承しているわね。
私がもう少し健康で長生きできてたら全部使い切っちゃうつもりだったんだけどね。
As Ange laughed, tears poured from her eyes again. Everyone surrounded Ange with their kind, warm smiles. Surprised Battler hasn't shown up. Speaking of... Well, what do you know? Oh, 1 minute. Okay, I'm back. Battler stood alone in the Rose Garden maze, letting the rain quietly fall on him. After searching for some time, Ange found him.
お兄ちゃん。
Ange, who was feeling guilty, sensed anger in her brother's expression. So she thought he was going to hit her. She shut her eyes. However, her brother touched her softly. He patted her head gently.
真実なんて大したもんじゃなかっただろ。
お兄ちゃんはこんなにも温かな世界でずっと私だけがずっと背を向けていたから。
お前は真実を知ってしまった。だから誰かが生きて帰ってくるかもしれないっていう奇跡や希望はもうついてもお前にはも 未来を生きるための新しい希望や使命があるな。
お兄ちゃんがその温かな希望を守ってくれてた。それを私が自ら開いて逃がしてしまった。パンドラの箱より始末が悪いわ。私は知る必要のない真実も、そして希望までも全て逃がしてしまって、全てを空っぽにしてしまったのだから。
いいさ、開けちまったなら仕方ねえさ。それで空っぽなら後腐れがなくていいじゃねえか。下手な希望はかえってトゲになることもあるしな。
Battler laughed heartily. Then, with that same smile on his face, he told her,
俺たちはもう死んでる。ひょっとしたら生きてるかもしれないって希望がお前の12年間を生きる糧にしてくれた。それはもうこれで押しきれさっぱり全部なしだ。
分かってる。これからの私は新しい人生に踏み出すわ。
ベアとは六軒島を猫箱に閉ざし、次の魔女のエヴァおばさんはその猫箱の蓋を生涯守った。その次の魔女のお前はその蓋を開けちまったがだからって何だってんだ。過去の真実なんてどうでもいいことじゃねえか。
ええ、私はこれから真に生きる。そして自分だけの真実を結実するわ。
頑張れよ、マリアージュ・ソルシエールの最後の魔女。マリアの魔導書を読んだぜ。あれはとてもいいことを書いた素晴らしい本だ。聖書だって翻訳がいるなら、マリアの魔導書にだって翻訳がいるだろう。お前がそれを翻訳するんだ。そしてかつてのお前と同じ境遇の子供たちに伝えてやれ。それがお前の新しき未来の魔女の使命だ。俺はいない。でもお前の後ろにいつだっていて見守ってるからな。
知ってるわ。お兄ちゃんだけじゃないわ。みんなも一緒よ。
俺もみんなもそれを忘れるな。
忘れないわ。絶対永遠に。
Ange leapt into Battler's chest and sobbed. Humans are sad creatures who can learn, but not unlearn. She had already learned. It may have been a cruel, terrifying, merciless thing, capable of destroying even the miracle called hope. However, there was still that one tiny fragment left, gripped in her hand. Her family's love. If she can just remember that and hold it tight, then surely Ange will live on. He'll be able to stop before taking that single step into nothingness.
それに六軒島の猫箱はまだ完全に開かれたわけじゃない。お前が中身を覗いちまっただけの話だ。だからお前が自ら蓋となれ。そして今度はお前が猫箱の中のみんなを守るんだ。俺や親父や桐江さん、いとこのみんなやおじさんたちおばさんたち、じいさまや使用人のみんな、幻想の住人のみんなをな。
今度は私がみんなを守らなきゃ。なら
それは急いだ方がいいんじゃない？
The sound of popcorn being eaten rang out from beyond a rose bush. It was Lambda Delta.
あんたも知ってると思うけど、ベルンはもうじき一なる真実の書をパーティーで大公開するわ。会場には天国から地獄から異界から別世界からあらゆる世界の面々が集まってる。そこで中身を公表されたらもう何もかも手遅れよ。
私行くわ。ベルンカステルにあの鍵を渡してしまった。私の責任だわ。私が行って取り返してくる。
図書の都にか。しかし入る方法がない。あそこには結界があるんだ。
あいつがこれをくれたの。これがあれば自由に出入りできるって。バカなやつね。私を捨てるとき回収を忘れたんだわ。
Anne fished through her pocket, and there was a jingling sound. It was a bell with a blue ribbon tied to it.
それよ、招待状と引き換えに渡される図書の都の臨時入館証。それがあればとりあえず一人は図書の都に乗り込めるわね。まあかけらの海を誰かが送ってくれればの話だけど。
ラムダデルタ、私を図書の都に連れてって。
エンジェ。
それが私の責任の取り方だわ。私が一なる真実の書の公開を食い止める。
本気で言ってんの？あそこは化け物中の化け物の服までよ。ベルンの庇護を失ったあんたなんてハイ以下のハムシ扱い。ベチッと叩いて潰されておしまいよ。
The bell was snatched from Ange's hands.
ラムダデルタ、そこには俺が行こう。お前は俺を送ってくれるだけでいい。どうせ俺は猫箱の中にしか存在できない虚無の存在だ。だがエンジェは未来に生きなくちゃならない。そしてお前だって未来ある存在だ。だから俺が行く。俺には何も失うものなんてないんだからな。
いいえ、これは私の責任。そして私のけじめ。私が自らの手でやらなきゃ未来は何も変わらない。そして未来の猫箱を何も救えない。
Ange tried to snatch the key from Battler's hand, but Battler had no intention of giving it up. The two of them were grimly serious, For from the sidelines, it looked like an ordinary squabble between two close siblings. So, if we assumed that the person that Kikuko picked up was Ange, but then Toya's the one that, like, took in the book and whatnot. And then also here she's already, like, she should already be dead, but I mean, I guess, like, she reformed in the Sea of Nothingness or whatever. Something, I don't know. How does this even work? Whether in imagine space or reality, I'm still confused. Lambda Delta watched this conversation and shrugged. If she just took one of them to the City of Books, she wouldn't have to make any enemies. There was no risk to her. All she cared about was which one would make the story more interesting. Nothing else. But then she finally noticed.
Stop! あんたたち、ちょっとストップ！ストップ！
Nani?
何よ、後にしてよ。
今、兄弟で大切な話をしてるんだ。
まずあんたたち、その組み合ってる手を解きなさい。鈴はバトラが持ってるのね。バトラ、跳ねてみて。
跳ねる？こうか。
ジングルジングル。
次、エンジェ。跳ねてみて。
なんで私まで。
ジングルジングル。あ？
どうして？
If Battler was holding the bell, where did that sound come from? Ange hurriedly searched through her pockets. When she did, another blue ribbon bell came out from a different pocket than the first one.
それ、これと同じ鈴だよな。
そんな、どうして2つ？私は1つしかもらわなかったわよ。
どうしてかなんか知らないわ。でもとにかくあんたは図書の都に入れる鈴を2つ持っている。よってあんたたちの仲睦まじいやりとりをこれ以上見ている必要がなくなったわけ。
The pair of them gripped their bells and looked at each other.
最初から今回のゲームはあんたたち2人のものだわ。ただ対決するプレイヤーには若干の変更があったみたいね。あんたたち2人が競い合うゲームじゃない。猫箱をめぐって蓋を閉ざそうとするバトラとエンジェとそれを開こうとするベルンとの戦いだわ。エンジェはベルン側からバトラ側にチームを変更した。それだけの話。
ナムダデルタ、俺たちを図書の都へ連れて行ってくれ。
分かってるわよね。連れてくだけよ。あとは今度こそ感激者に徹するからね。あんたたちが図書の都で何をどう戦ってどうベルンにコテンパンにされるかをじっくりたっぷり間近で感激してるだけだからね。
ラムダデルタ、ありがとう。
If she has a second bell, it's probably not from Burn Costal? So either Erica or Ava, maybe. It would be more interesting if Erica gave it to her, but I mean, Ava's always been on her side, so. I don't know. At least I assume they have bells. I don't know if they have bells. But maybe it could be Bernkastel. I don't know. Bernkastel is confusing to me. Everything is confusing to me, but also Bernkastel. Shannon and Cannon stood guard in front of the door to the Golden Land. They glared quietly and fearlessly at the eerie fleet of ships across the horizon. Shannon slowly lifted her hands. Cannon raised his right hand, and a red blade appeared there.
そこで止まってください。それ以上の接近を拒否します。
それ以上近寄れば切る。
They could see a single dinghy leaving the fleet and approaching them. They couldn't tell if it was a messenger or the first wave. Shannon and Cannon watched it cautiously. Oh. What is that pirate? At the head of that dinghy rowed by the goats stood Erica. Where the heck did she get that thing from? Maybe she was trying to act the part of the fleet's leader. Erica was glaring at them and smiling aggressively, with what appeared to be a pirate hat on her head.
最後通帳に参りました。
She just looks so goofy with that hat.
交渉余地のあるものです。開門してください。
Shannon and Cannon looked at each other. Erica was the one offering this deal. It wasn't likely to be anything agreeable. However, if they turned her away, the attack would probably begin at once. Since they were in a firmly inferior position, they wanted to buy time by any means they could. At Shannon's nod, Cannon erased his sword. The Golden Land was filled with a hard downpour accompanied by occasional thunder. Erica, who realized that this weather spoke for their emotions, smiled even more boldly. At the center of the Golden Land was the arbor surrounded by the Golden Rose Garden. A large number of humans and illusions were there, arguing about something. Even without asking, it was easy to guess the nature of the debate by their anguished expressions. After all, in this life or death situation, they didn't have many options they could take. In the direction Erica was being led, Beato stood waiting, accompanied by the Chester Sister Corps. When Erica, accompanied by her goat guards, saw Beato, she gave a bow that only appeared graceful. Beato followed suit and gave a graceful bow of the sort that was rarely seen from her. As though implying that she was more than happy to go through with this farce, Beato introduced herself boldly and requested that Erica do the same.
尊厳なる感激と戯曲と傍観の魔女により厳選されし名誉ある図書の都より派遣されてまいりました。私は図書に名誉と保護を与えし司書の艦隊司令官にして真実の魔女クルドエリカ かと申します。どうぞお見知りおきを。
要件を聞こ
うぞ。お喜びください。我ら図書に名誉と保護を与えし司書の艦隊はあなた方に名誉ある朗報をもって参上しました。一つ、図書の都は無限の魔女ベアトリーチェによって生み出されたゲーム版を名誉ある厳選されたる図書に認定されましたことを報告いたします。
ほう、それは名誉なことである。
このゲーム版は非常に興味深くかつ独創的で研究価値の高いものです。すべての市民に公開される価値のあるものです。よって図書の都は我らにこのゲーム版に永遠の名誉と保護を与えることを命ぜられました。
But the game board has already been almost completely destroyed.
くどいし長い。とっとと本題を言え。
本ゲーム版のすべてを名誉ある図書の都に譲渡することを要求します。これは本ゲーム版とその駒にとって最高の名誉と保護です。
Lol, Lamau even?
嫌だと言ったら。
すべての市民に共有されるべき名誉文化を私的独占する罪で告発されます。我々はあなたに対しすべての市民の権利と利益を保護するため攻撃を開始することを通告します。
その攻撃で市民の共有財産が破壊されるのは構わぬのだ。
名誉図書保護法の規定により名誉文化私的独占を犯す犯罪者がこれを盾に籠城を試みる場合、執行官隊は大法院の許可を持って保護より逮捕を優先することが許されます。もちろんすでに大法院の許可状はこちらにございます。
ついでにその逮捕は生死を問わぬと書いてありそうだ。
おや、よくこんな小さい文字が読めますね。では茶番は以上です。ぶっちゃけどうします？
そなたの要求を飲むとどのような利点があるという。
お互い無駄な仕事をしなくて済みます。そしてあなたの勇敢にして名誉ある行為は図書の都にて誉れ高く終章に記されるでしょう。分かってますよね。あなたは絶対勝てません。これは戦いでさえない。井戸の底で上を見上げるあなたに石をぶつけるだけの一方的なものなのですから。
わらわに選べるのは図書館の魔女たちがわらわの最後をいかに記すかだけというわけか。
あとはあなた次第です。もしあなたがこのゲーム版を愛おしく思うなら幸福駒たちは末永く大勢の市民に愛されその役目を永遠に続けることができるでしょう。
つまりは好き放題に生み出した惨劇を永遠に繰り返すということだ。
あんたがしてきたことと何か違い
がない。以上か。ならばわらわの答えを聞かせよ。
どうぞ。
Erica tensed slightly. After all, this was the great Lady Beatrice she was dealing with. She might shout, "Here's my answer," dramatically, and do something crazy. They say a cornered rat is the most likely to bite a cat. Furthermore, Erica had intel telling her that the Great Lady Lambda Delta, Witch of the Senate, had been spending her time inside the Golden Land, though only as a theater goer. Erica needed to carry out this noble task that her master had assigned her, and she had to carry it out perfectly. If she was honest, she wanted to make Beato raise a white flag, even by trickery if necessary. So even though this was a farce, she held back from giving any unneeded provocation. She gulped and tried to size Beato up. And then, with a pathetic expression on her face, Beato let out a sigh.
素直に言う。わらわはもう疲れた。
それはどういう意味です？
わらわのゲームはバトラとの戦いを終えた時点ですでにその目的を終えている。なのにその後の都合で何度もゲームが繰り返されたのだ。わらわは正直もう疲れている。
正直全く想像していないお返事でした。では降伏なさると？本気で？
ぶっちゃけるとどっちでもよい。降伏でもそなたらに討ち取られるのでもどっちでもよい。わらわは誰の手であっても構わぬからこのゲーム版とその物語が幕を下ろすことを望んでいる。
Of course, that was a lie. She knew she couldn't win even if she fought. For now, their best option was to play for time. They would fix Erica's attention to this spot, and during that time, Battler and the others would steal the key from Bernkastel while she was completely off her guard. Once they had the key, they would return to the Golden Land, use that key to let Ange open the door to the future, and see her off. That was their goal line. Everything that happened after would be inside the cat box. Ange would live on into the future with hope. No one would know whether Beato and the others were alive or dead. That was enough. The only strategy Beato and the others could use to achieve this would buy time.
降伏してくれるなら拍子抜けではありますが、私も手間が省けて助かります。
ところがそのだなここだけの話なのだが、そなたも存じておろうが大ラムダデルタ教がご滞在されている。今日は我らにドラマチックなクライマックスを提供せよとだな、そのわがままを申されている。
それはひどいわがままですね。10万の兵力を要する我が艦隊にすでに解き終えたパズルみたいな絞りかすのあんたたちがほんの数十人でどう抵抗をさせようというのです？
そうなのだそうなのだ。戦力差は圧倒的。戦いにさえならぬと我らは言っておるのだがな。そのラムダデルタ教が彼女の友人たちを集めて共闘するから徹底抗戦せよと言って聞かぬのだ。
ラムダデルタ教のご友人？
Unlike Bernkastel, who kept to herself, Lambda Delta had many friends. Her friends and patrons were either territory lords of great influence who came from all over the place, or else monsters that had become legends in their own lifetimes. In all seriousness, her so-called fan club had enough size and influence that it could suddenly declare itself a separate country in the Sea of Fragments, without anyone being overly surprised.
困ったことにラムダデルタ 今日はやる気満々でな。さっきから勝手に各地に電話を繰り返し、友人知人を呼びつけておるのだ。
Of course, this was all a lie. Lambda Delta had turned into a small candy comet and was now shooting toward the city of books, with Battler and Ange in tow. So to make sure that Lambda Delta's and Battler's absences were not noticed, everyone was crowded around the arbor, pretending to argue furiously with each other.
バトラ様、ご決断を。我ら煉獄の七姉妹、いつでも死ぬ覚悟はできております。
玉砕には反対だ。死んで咲く果実などありはせんよ。
あなたは腰抜けです。生きて旅衆の恥ずかしめを受けるなど考えられません。
Shadsui makes one last appearance.
生きてこそチャンスを待てることもあります。
そうですとも。短期は損期とも申します。
マトラ、男ならバシッと決めろい。大ラムダデルタ様が力を貸してくれるってんだろ。
どうかや、男には決断の時があるんやで。
決断は選んだ内容よりも選んだ時を称賛されることもございます。
降伏すれば乱暴はしないかも。
そんなことあるわけないわよ。あんたそれでもオスライオン？牙はどこに行ったのよ。
どうせ死ぬなら豚としてでなく狼として死にたい。
あんたバカ。そういうのを犬死にって言うのよ。
ラムダデルタさんの呼び寄せる援軍の力次第ですな。
ラムダデルタさん、本当にあなたのお友達はあいつらに勝てるだけの力があるの？
賭けね。降伏して死ぬか、賭けに出て敗れて死ぬか。
あら、なら賭けに出た方が生き残れる可能性は高いってことになるわ。
大本院は名誉ある幸福には慈悲を与えるでしょう。
バックは元老院だろう。どうせなんだかんだ言って全員断頭台に決まったら。
とにかく皆さん冷静に頭を冷やしましょう。私は事を荒立てることには反対です。
君こそ冷静になるべきじゃないかい。
Dang, George really hit her with a no you.
相互確証破壊という戦略もある。仮に勝てないにせよ、こちらもただで済ます気はないという戦略は相手への抑止になるよ。
つまりよ、そっちがやる気ならこっちもただじゃ死なねえぜってことだぜ。
ラムダデルタの友達はみんなすごいよ。みんなすごい伝説と武勇伝を持つすっごい魔女や怪物、悪魔や神様がいっぱいなんだから。あんなお船が星と同じ数を並べていたって一息で吹き飛ばしてしまうよ。
大丈夫でしょうか。私たちの演技蹴取られないでしょうか。
問題ない。お前ももっと語気を強めて喋るのだ。無礼講に行け。腰抜けどもめ、最後に一花咲かせてやろうという気概はないのか。
ちょっとお待ちください。戦いを望まぬ者がいることもお忘れなく。私は降参が良いかと思います。
何？
That darn face. I love that face.
こうだこの敗北主義者め
痛い親方様演技出すのであいたたたたたた
さあさあ議論も盛り上がってきたね。
私たちは幸福かしら当選かしらどうなのかしらそれは誰にもわからない。
Thank you, MCs.
個人的にはわらわは幸福を望んでいる。どうせ役目を終えるのならせめて自分が生み出したこのゲーム版はそのままに保存されることを望む。もうこれ以上わらわのゲーム版をラムダデルタ教に好き放題されるのはごめんなのでな。
こちらこそごめんです。あんたとは戦いに来ましたが、ラムダデルタ教のご友人は私の相手の度を超えます。
Secretly, Erica was getting worried by these complicated developments, and she was relieved that she hadn't pushed too hard earlier on. She wanted to flatter Beato and end this with a bloodless takeover. Even the great Lady Lambda Delta probably wouldn't think seriously of picking a fight with the Senate. Her motive was probably something much more trivial, a simple desire to watch the game's board's final fireworks from a front row seat. However, if she really did have some fireworks of her own prepared, it was at least possible that this could turn into a ruckus that Erica would have no chance of quelling. Beato saw all of this going on in Erica's mind, though she continued to act with an even more pathetic expression on her face. Even among witches, her acting ability was top-notch.
そなたもどうか力を貸してはくれぬか。わらわのゲーム版が美しい姿のまま保存されるように。やはりあの賑やかな御人を客人として招いたのは失敗だった。とほほほ。
わかりました。私も事を荒立てずに済むならそうしたいです。で、私はどのような協力をすれば？
わらわたちはさっきから幸福か好戦か議論を続けている。わらわもそれに戻り幸福を主張し、ラムダデルタ教にこのゲーム版を壊してしまうような大騒ぎはやめてほしいと頼むつもりだ。
Yes, because that would definitely work if Lambda Delta wanted to see a more intense story. Surely she would listen to you and not destroy the game board. Surely.
それは助かります。で、どうしろと？
わらわたちに議論の時間を保証してほしい。何しろそなたらの船がぐるりと取り囲み威圧しているのだからな。いつ攻撃されるかもわからぬと緊張感に耐えかねて皆破れかぶれになっておるのだ。だからそなたが我らに議論の時間を保証してくれれば一同も冷静になれる時間を取り戻せるだろう。わらわもラムダデルタ教を説得できる十分な時間を得られる。
いいでしょう。時間はいかほど必要です？
できれば気前よく無制限とはいかぬか。期限があれば結局は残り時間が少なくなるとまたみんな破れかぶれになり過激な意見に統一されてしまう。
そりゃそうですね。導火線で大事なのは火がついているかいないかです。 その議論の前に導火線の長さなどどうでもいいことでしょうから。
ではしばし時間をもらえるか。
わかりました。議論の時間を保証します。ただし無期限ではありません。私はここで皆さんの議論を聞きながら待たせてもらいます。
Okay, I thought she was just gonna fall for it. She's not that stupid.
それがそのだな、そなたの姿が見えていてはやはり皆緊張してしまって。
私はすでに譲歩をしました。今度はあなたが私に譲歩をする番ではありませんか。
They were some distance away from the arbor, but it was just close enough to give a general idea of what was going on. It was far enough that they just might be able to hide the fact that Battler and Lambda Delta were missing. Just far enough for them to convincingly act like this was a white-hot argument in gridlock. If it were possible, they would rather have kept Erica at an even greater distance. They had planned to set up a seat of honor for their guest at one of the far corners of the garden maze.
何か問題でも？
わかったわかった。そう怖い顔をするでない。ならここでしばらく待つがよい。秘密会議であるからな。そなたはだな、この線よりこちらに来てはならぬぞ。
If they get away with this, I'm gonna be... I mean, I wouldn't be upset, but I'd be a little dumbfounded, yeah. Miyato drew a line in the ground with her foot. Top-notch acting. Oh my.
そなたがこれだけ寛大な配慮をしてくれたことはわらわにとって何よりの武器となるのだ。
椅子もらえます？
わかったわかった。シエスタ隊よ、すぐにエリカ殿にお椅子と傘を。手ぬぐいもな。わらわが自ら拭いてピカピカにしてから差し上げようぞ。
お嬢様、趣味はいかがでございましたか？
I can't believe she actually fell for this.
今年の主演女優賞はわらわで決まりだぞ。
さすがベアトリーチェ様。
僕たちにできることは激論を交わし紛糾し、ことがこじれれば面倒なことになると演出することだけだ。
これもまたバトラたちを援護する戦いである。皆気を引き締めよ。本気で激論し罵倒せよ。よいな。
はい、親方様。
What happened to Goda? The sight of Goda, his cheek red and swollen from being pinched, made everyone snort. But they quickly covered their mouths and put fingers to their lips. Then everyone nodded at each other, and the fake argument resumed. Erica was sitting in the chair that the Chester sisters had brought her, filling a goat in on the details of their discussions. The goats would probably return and tell the rest of the fleet. The fleet would tell Bernkastel, and Bernkastel might think of some plan to deal with this situation or give new orders. The conversation with the goat ended, and it spun around. it would return to the dinghy and report on this to the fleet. It slipped out from a rosebush and passed through the garden maze, heading toward the door that led outside. Is it really okay to let that goat reach the boats? If it goes back, Erica's report will reach Bernkostel's ears. The Chester sisters spoke through a secret channel that only they could use.
2秒に音も許さないにもうじきエリカの認識半径を抜けます。船頭のヤギの認識半径に到達するまでの推定10秒間暗殺は実行可能です。
ベアトリーチェ卿、暗殺許可を。やれます。エリカに気取らせません。
許可しない。軍師が制限時間を切らずに船を出ると思うか。連絡がなくば決められた時間の後に攻撃を開始せよと命じられているはず。
That's a good point.
そのヤギを見逃せ。
W 了解。
The goat passed through the door. Then, after receiving a silent bow from Shannon and Cannon, it got on the dinghy and returned to the fleet. The fleet would probably follow Erica's orders and stand by until an attack order was given. That gave the residents of the Golden Land a chance to assassinate Erica. But of course, that wasn't going to be possible, practically speaking. She was Bernkostel's greatest underling, and a witch who controlled truth. Tricking her was all they could hope for. Anything else would be overconfident.
あんたたちも座ったらどうです？我らのことはお構いなくであります。
Without any hint that she had just been talking about assassinations, Double Zero stood upright with her hands clasped behind her back. Surrender or resist until the end. The false argument resumed. How far and how long would they be able to trick Erica? Yes, the final fight for the Golden Land had already begun.
バトル、ここは我らに任せよ。そなたはエンジェと最後のゲームを取り返すのだ。
Probably best to end here. Oh, is it going to be a pretty long scene next? Ugh.
なんてバカでかい図書館だ。
Think so? I guess that makes sense, because I mean, we're just starting with Battler and Ange. Alright, I guess we'll have just a short stream today here. A little bit short. I'm feeling a little tired anyway. I guess we'll call it here. And I still need to do some grinding for Ast Libra too. Maybe I'll do that after stream. Well, I also started like 30 minutes late, so I feel a little bad about that. Try and make up for it with Ast Libra tomorrow, I think. But, yeah. There's really much of anything to say. If anybody's interested in social media stuff, there's links to Discord, Twitter, and YouTube in the chat. You can always find those below the channel in the About section or under the socials banner below that. Was something you thought of here? He's thinking. Vulcan. Found a way to get the other extras? Ooh, excellent. Not sure if it worked. Well, it's better than nothing. Warranting. I see. I shouldn't say anything about this on stream. So, okay, well, we'll have to deal with that then. But yeah, I don't think there's anything else to say. Put the social stuff out. So yeah, I'll be doing some Ask Libra tomorrow. And until then, thanks for being here. Hope y'all have a great rest of your day, night, whatever, wherever you are. I'll see you around. Bye-bye.